Good morning. Welcome to the second University of California Wildfire Symposium. Thank you for being here. You are joined by nearly 1,500 other registrants from state and federal government, industry, nonprofit organizations, University of California, faculty, staff, and students, and the media. My name is Teresa Maldonado. I am the System-Wide Vice President for Research and Innovation at the University of California Office of the President. Before we begin our program, I would like to review some housekeeping details. Attendees will be muted upon entering and during the presentations. However, you may ask questions through the question and answer function at the bottom of your screen. Presenters will answer as many questions as time allows. Please refer to our website for FAQs at uckeepresearching.org/2021. The chat feature is disabled during the webinar throughout. If you are experiencing technical difficulties, please email Beth Kelman at the email address shown or Zoom chat her directly. Closed captioning is available. You can enable your own Zoom settings to activate that function. This meeting is recorded and broadcasted via several media outlets. Today, we are focusing our attention on the wildland-urban interface, or the WUI. Fires in the WUI are the most destructive in terms of loss of property and, more importantly, loss of life. Our goal is to inform this diverse audience of the complexity of these fires, to better understand them and to explore ways to mitigate them. We open our meeting with a keynote session in which we will learn directly from state agency representatives about what we understand today, the challenges they face, and some of the gaps in our knowledge. This session is followed by 3 panels comprised of experts from across the University of California, including our national labs. Panel 1, we will learn about what a WUI is and how fires behave there, including implications of extreme drought and weather. We will then have a 10-minute break, followed by 2 other panels. The second panel, we will look at short-term and long-term implications of these fires on our health and well-being, as well as how these fires impact our air and water quality. Finally, the last panel, we will conclude by learning some strategies to mitigate and adapt to WUI fires. Now we will hear from the president of the University of California, Dr. Michael Drake.
Good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you to today's UC Wildfire Research Symposium, where we will be discussing California's resiliency to wildfire, extreme drought, and climate change. This is the second event in the UC Wildfire Symposium series, brought to you by the UC Office of the President and UC Research and Innovation. During our series kickoff on June 4th, UC experts discussed innovative wildfire technologies, data and modeling, and wildfire drought dynamics. Today, our focus will be on the wildland-urban interface, where the built environment comes in contact with natural lands. These areas are highly vulnerable to wildfire impacts. As we examine the unique dynamics of these places, we will also discuss how smoke, air quality, and drought events impact the environment and our health. Our speakers will also talk about wildfire solutions grounded in the latest evidence-based science. It's clear that the threat of extreme weather events is not going away. Here in California, we're seeing firsthand how greenhouse gas emissions and climate change are contributing to record wildfires, extreme heat, and drought. In our state and around the world, we must be able to adapt to and mitigate wildfire and climate impacts. I hope today's symposium will provide you with new insights on how we can work together to tackle this complex challenge. I will now hand it over to Vice President Maldonado to introduce our first group of distinguished panelists.
President Drake offers very wise comments to kick off this meeting. So let's begin. I am very pleased to introduce Dr. Susan Hubbard, who will moderate the keynote session. Dr. Hubbard is the Associate Laboratory Director for Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, a Department of Energy lab that is managed by the University of California. Dr. Hubbard is an environmental scientist who leads the Earth and Environmental Sciences area for the lab. Dr. Hubbard.
Thank you so much, Vice President Maldonado, for the introduction and, of course, your leadership of this really exciting symposium. I look forward to it. Well, the 2020 wildfire season is upon us. It started unusually early and, of course, amid a drought. And as we heard and know from our last symposium, 5 of 6 California's largest fires in modern history burned at the same time last year. Those fires destroyed thousands of buildings, more than 4 million acres, and the economic impact of those wildfires was enormous. The California Council on Science and Technology recently completed the most comprehensive report on cost contributors to wildfire, and that report concluded that there are substantial direct and indirect costs, many of which require more research to properly quantify. Beyond dollars, as we know, the recent wildfires have forced hundreds of thousands of people to flee their homes. They've exposed millions of residents to dangerously unhealthy air. And the wildfires have altered our ecosystems, which of course we rely on for many long-term benefits. That includes taking carbon out of the atmosphere, sequestering it in plants and soils, retaining and filtering our water to recharge our groundwaters, to feed our rivers, stabilizing our soils to minimize landslides, and of course, to support our biodiversity. In a nutshell, the last few years have really illuminated not only the size and the cost of the challenge, but really the complexity of the challenge. Wildfire is, in essence, it's an indivisible challenge. That means that it can't be tackled by any single technology or approach, any single discipline, or any single organization. It really does require an understanding of how interactions between multiple components of what's really a very complex system play out over subseasonal to decadal timescales. That includes consideration of interactions between climate change and wildfire behavior, between management strategies, ecosystem processes, energy and water infrastructure, buildings, human health, social systems, economics, policy, and many other phenomena and disciplines. So the challenge demands, on one hand, rapid development and translation of technologies that can be used to tackle today's fires, to harden today's structures, and to create economic value from woody biomass in today's forests. But on the other hand, it also requires long-term research to develop a predictive understanding of how this very complex system will evolve over the next few decades as we are confronted by climate change and population growth, so that we can use this scientific underpinning to develop strategies that will enable us to optimally coexist with wildfires of our future. That brings us to this keynote session today with the state agency leaders, because Tackling these type of challenges really does require the formation of new coalitions of experts who can work together to iteratively share newly identified needs and insights as they evolve. It demands new partnerships between experts within California agencies, the federal government, stakeholders, industry, communities, and research, of course, including those distributed across our UC system of 10 campuses and 3 Department of Energy laboratories. So I'm super pleased to kick off this keynote session. Our session here includes 4 luminaries from our California agencies. They're leaders who are deeply involved in very different aspects of the wildfire challenge. And as we heard, they'll describe their wildfire efforts within the agency and also agency objectives that can benefit from research and development. After their messages, we'll have time for a few questions via a mini panel session. So please enter your questions in the Q&A box. So with that, I'd first like to introduce Jessica Morse. Jessica, if you could join me on the virtual stage. Great. Hi, Jessica. Jessica was appointed by Governor Newsom as the Deputy Secretary for Forest and Wildfire Resilience at the California Natural Resources Agency. In this role, she's working to increase the pace and scale of science-based forest management to resolve healthy forest, improving watershed health, protecting California's unique ecosystems, and making California wildfire resilient. So a tall order, Jessica, take it away.
Thank you so much, Teresa, and really happy to be here with all of you today. And thank you so much for all of your engagement and leadership on California's wildfire crisis. I really want to start by setting the stage so that all of you understand where we are, how we got here, and how we're going to tackle this challenge together. As Teresa mentioned, we had 4.2 million acres burned last year. In 2018, the 4th climate assessment predicted that we would see a 77% increase in annual acres burned by the end of this century. We had over a 1,500% increase in acres burned between 2019 and 2020. So that prediction came true 80 years early. And what we are seeing is already an increase. This year, we actually have more acres burned in what should be the early fire season than we had in the entire year of 2019. So, and we are typically, last year was 4 times the annual average. So we're way ahead of where climate scientists were predicting we would be even just a few years ago. These are really 2 multi-generational crises colliding. We had tribes in California use cultural burning and prescribed fire to manage the landscape for millennia. Colonization suppressed cultural burns, then the gold rush era clear-cut 97% of California's forests. Then enter the conservation movement, which came to try to stop that denuding of land and created the radical concept of public land. Congress at the time in the early 1900s did not like the Forest Service, the agency that was formed to protect this crazy concept of public land. And so they refused to fund the Forest Service. And Teddy Roosevelt and Gifford Pinchot made a political trade-off at that time. They presented the Forest Service as a fire suppression entity. Even though they understood the ecological role of fire on Western ecologies, they made a political trade-off to try to get the Forest Service funded and to try to get the conservation movement to actually have support and legs and longevity. And so that political trade-off then left us to areas that hadn't seen fire in California and much of the West for 100 years, that should have been seeing fire every 10 to 15. So when our forests grew back after this old growth clear cutting, we ended up with overly dense, overly stocked forests. When you introduce that to climate change, we get catastrophic results. You can see the difference here between an ecologically managed forest. It's thinned, it's well spaced. If a fire comes through, it has a low temperature burn that will germinate seeds and be beneficial for the ecology. What we've been seeing in fire suppressed forests is that they're too dense. The fire goes into the tree canopy, and it actually kills everything rather than just weeding out weaker species, weaker trees. And it burns deep and hot and devastates the watershed too. Now our fires are part of cascading climate events. From 2012 to 2015, we had a mega drought, which we are experiencing again, and that killed off 169 million trees throughout the Sierra. And that left 80 to 90% tree mortality in areas like Shaver Lake that you see here. Then you added intense heat waves in the summer of 2020 that dried out that dead fuel. And those dead trees fell over the last 2 or 3 years and became ground fuel. Our ground fuel models are generally built around 3-inch diameter wood driving a fuel-driven fire. What we've seen in the high tree mortality areas is 30-inch diameter wood because it's targeting these larger trees. And so that means you get a heat intensity and a heat footprint that's unprecedented. This is the Creek Fire from 2020, which created a 50,000-foot pyrocumulus cloud. And we are already seeing fires that are creating their own weather systems this year, like the Tamarack Fire, the Dixie Fire, and of course the Boot Lake Fire up in Oregon. And what this weather system does is it's here because the heat signature on that fire is unprecedented. There's a phenomenon called standing combustion that Dr. Scott Stevens has been really helping us understand better, where those trees have an active fire flaming footprint throughout the entire footprint of the fire. Fire scientists were explaining to me that they haven't seen that scale of standing combustion other in real life, with the exception of the Tokyo firebombing and the Dresden firebombing. So what we are experiencing in our mountains are catastrophic conditions. And that pyrocumulus, it would collapse on firefighters and create kind of a splat. It puts out hurricane force winds in every direction. That one created fire tornadoes and dry lightning. These are incredibly dynamic and difficult to fight fires. And you can see here, we had to do National Guard crews came in and rescued hikers. And then those catastrophic fires then contribute to then furthering those climate cycles. They release PM 2.5 into the atmosphere, which causes heat spikes and also health damages for kids and particularly elderly people exposed to wildfire smoke. It actually exacerbates drought by damaging the watershed. A quarter of the acres burned last summer were in the Sierra, which represents 60% of California's water source. So it's really critical that we arrest these catastrophic fires. There's hope, though. This is a picture of a Jeffrey pine forest in Baja, California. It was never logged. It had natural fire come through from lightning strikes at regular intervals. And it is a healthy, resilient conifer forest at a hotter climate zone. And we've seen that when we restore our forest ecologies and our communities, we actually have tools to make our communities and our ecologies wildfire resilient. So we are scaling up our investments dramatically to be able to target resilience across 3 fronts. And they are simultaneous fronts. I often hear people say, oh, you should do one or the other, but you need all 3 at once, just like you need seatbelts and airbags and anti-lock brakes in cars. These safety tools work together to give you an exponentially higher result than they would just individually. And that's the same thing we do for wildfire resilience activities. So there's 3 fronts we are really pushing activity and progress on. So one is across that landscape, really trying to get fire back to its natural return interval for the right ecology in California, trying to reduce fuel loads to their natural intensity and density, so that when fires come through, they burn at a natural ecological level, as opposed to these catastrophic fires, which are far outside of California's ecological norm. The other thing that restoring a landscape does, it doesn't just protect our watersheds and our natural infrastructure, but what it also does is it actually lowers the ember cast off of a fire. So if you have less fuel load on the landscape and that fire's burning at a lower intensity, you're not going to get the amount of of creating its own weather system and pushing ember cast into communities. So that next level are interventions around communities in that wildland interurban phase. This is where we establish strategic fuel breaks around communities and fuel breaks along escape routes. These fuel breaks allow firefighters to take a stand, hold a line, approach a fire, access a fire, burn off of a fire, and are often escape routes during a fire. So for that Creek Fire that I showed you a picture of, we had strategic fuel breaks throughout that, as several that had been done by the National Guard during an emergency proclamation from the governor, and that saved homes and it allowed people to escape. And we were so grateful that no one lost their lives in a very intense and unprecedented fire. The last area we do interventions is on community hardening. So that is where you invest in interventions inside of communities so that the worst case scenario, a fire comes through, a community has a higher chance of withstanding that fire. So we have increased our investments. Last year, we had $75 million for those fire resilience fronts. And this year, our budget is $1.5 billion. That's before the legislature right now. $500 million already went out the door in an emergency appropriation in April so that we can get work starting on the ground. And then the legislature approved the top level, and we're going to be negotiating the rest when they get back from recess. But we'll have a total of about $1.5 billion in this calendar year for wildfire resilience investments. This is just an example of, I'm going to give you examples across all three of those fronts. So this is an example of landscape scale investment where this was a project done by Sierra Nevada Conservancy with a grant from CAL FIRE that was in the North Complex fire near Quincy. Sierra Nevada Conservancy had done fuel reduction work under the forest that is still standing and green. And when that North Complex fire hit the area that had been treated, it actually put itself out. So that's really crucial in terms of retaining and maintaining our ecologies, that even in a very dynamic and intense fire like the North Complex last year, those fires can come under control just with fuel reduction on the landscape. This is an example of a shaded fuel break, which is most of what we do. Fuel breaks remove about between 30 and 60% of the vegetation so that that heat intensity is lower. They are most often along roadsides so that communities can escape during high intensity fires. They are really crucial to let firefighters get in and community members get out. We saw during Paradise, they can even work on big fires as well. We saw in Paradise, there was an 8-mile-long fuel break that arrested the flank of the campfire and saved the town of Sterling City. So we've seen these in action over and over. Last summer, emergency fuel breaks that had been put in last year just saved lives and got people out of really dynamic fires. Then the last area is really community and home hardening. We saw in the campfire that homes that had been built after 2008, when fire hardening standards had been put into California's building codes, had around a 50% survival rate in that fire, whereas homes built before 2008 had about a 10% survival rate. One of the big questions for scientists is really thinking through the saturation level of hardened homes that is needed to stop homes from becoming an ignition point in a fire. Once that fire ignites a home, either by getting embers into vents, because homes burn from the inside out in a wildfire. So sealing them up so that embers can't get in gives them that higher chance of survival. But there's also a heat index in which nothing is going to prevent it, but that heat index often comes from homes becoming the ignition point. So a question for scientists is, what's the right sort of herd immunity analogy here that we need for hardened homes in a community so that if you've done your hardened home and your neighbor has, that you're actually keeping each other safe from the homes becoming ignition points. The other areas we're really investing in are sort of structural reforms so that we can actually really increase our pace. We are establishing this budget around regional strategies. So we've now expanded across the state, regional collaboratives, so all of our state grant dollars can go into a cohesive strategy. San Diego just did this with our early action dollars. They had a regional fire strategy, and our dollars from our CAL FIRE grants, our fire prevention grants, and San Diego River Conservancy all went into investing in the same strategy to deliver a cohesive result. We're also really investing in science and new technology and access to LIDAR and research in this. We're also investing in workforce development so that we can have more crews to take care of this work. And then finally, business development and oversight efficiency. I want to give a shout out to the state water boards because they really helped us take a CEQA efficiency process we had established under something called the Cal VTP. It takes CEQA from 2 years down to about 2 months by doing a pre-analysis on non-federal landscapes and high fire risk zones. And state water boards and Department of Fish and Wildlife have now integrated their permits that would be required for fuel reduction and fire resilient landscape projects into the same permit. So we now actually have a 3-for-1 CEQA permit. So you can get your CEQA, your water boards, and your fish and wildlife permits all accounted for under one application and one fast process. Because these are things we need to do to protect communities and ecologies. The last area we're really working on and that we need help from scientists is, what do we do with all this woody biomass? There's a lot of non-merchantable wood and even potentially merchantable wood coming out of these landscapes that could either go sequestered into construction or find a higher use than pile burning. Just for scale, that's a picture of me standing next to one of these slash piles up in Tahoe. And so we are really looking at investing in innovative technologies like cross-laminated timber or mass timber that you see above. This replaces steel and concrete in skyscrapers. And California just changed our building codes to allow up to 18 stories. And also traditional things like a micro mill down below, where we can actually just make sure that we're sequestering that wood into construction so that we're not importing wood from elsewhere. So instead using the post-fire wood that we need. So we are really thrilled with the scale of investment and the partnership and all of your research and work in the UC system and the science community is directly informing our decisions and management practices. So we are excited to continue to partner with you, grateful for your innovation and leadership, and excited that we now have resources at a scale to invest in this crisis so that we can not just protect communities now, but that 100 years from now, they will look back at us and say they did it right. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica, for that framing and for your work to bring these resources to bear. It was great to see recent examples. So look forward to having you rejoin us when we have a little panel discussion. May I ask Stephen Hawks, please, to join me?
Morning.
Morning, Steve. Steve has been with CAL FIRE for over 30 years. He's been promoted through the ranks over these years from firefighters to his current position as staff chief of CAL FIRE's Wildfire Planning and Engineering Division. His division is one of 3 at CAL FIRE, and it encompasses oversight of land use planning, wildfire prevention engineering, CalStats, fire plan, and fire prevention grants. So take it away, Steve.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Thanks for having me here today. So I work for the California Department of Forestry, which is better known as CAL FIRE. And if you're not familiar with us, we are California's fire department. And we are tasked with providing fire protection and prevention services across 31 million acres of privately owned wildlands within the state. And that's depicted by the yellow areas in the map on the right-hand side of the screen. We more commonly refer to this area as the State Responsibility Area, or SRA for short. And that's where the state has financial responsibility for wildfire suppression and prevention efforts. This makes up approximately 1/3 of the 101 million acres within the state. So although we started out many years ago, decades ago, as a wildland fire protection agency and forest resilience and forestry agency, we've evolved over the years, and we currently provide emergency services to over 150 local cities, counties, fire protection districts, and so forth across the state, and we provide all hazard emergency response. So what has changed? Well, one thing that has not changed is California's wildfires. California has a long history, as Jessica Morse pointed out, of wildfire. We have a climate that provides the perfect fire environment with hot, dry summers and a lot of wind, steep, diverse terrain, and a lot of flammable vegetation. What has changed, though, is the intensity and the size of the wildfires. So in those 31 million acres that CAL FIRE is tasked with protecting, there's roughly 1 million residential structures. And those structures are fuel for a wildland fire, just as trees, brush, and grass are. Now, CAL FIRE has a damage inspection program whereby we conduct damage inspection on all fires within our jurisdiction and categorize them, all the structures based on their percent of damage and so forth. And through our analysis of our data, we've been able to determine that 93% of all structures that catch fire will be completely destroyed. And that 70% of all those structures that are destroyed are homes. So it goes without saying, and we already knew this, that we want to prevent structures from igniting in the first place. That's the goal, because once they ignite, the chances of limiting the damage become very minimal. The document on the right that you see is a document that our department produces, and we term it the top 20 most destructive fires in California. And the highlighted ones that are up there in the various colors are the fires since 2015. So 15 of the top 20 most destructive fires have occurred since 2015, and only 2 of them that remain on the list predate the year 2000. So the Tubbs fire, well, I'll back up a little bit. The Oakland Hills fire had topped that list since 1991 when the Oakland Hills fire occurred, until the Tubbs fire in 2017. The Tubbs fire at the time was 2 times as destructive as the tunnel fire, the Oakland Hills fire. And then I thought during the damage inspection process on that fire, wow, this is a really destructive fire. It's going to be a long time before, and hopefully a long time before this one gets overtopped. Well, it wasn't a little over a year, and along comes a Camp Fire, and was even 3 times plus more destructive than the Tubbs fire. And just goes to show how historically destructive the Camp Fire really was. So what we know that wildfires are becoming more intense, they're becoming more destructive, and that's going to continue like that for the foreseeable future. There's no reason to believe that will lessen. We know that defensible space works. Through our post-fire analysis, we've been able to determine that defensible space has a positive impact on structures surviving a fire. And a lot of the research that's been done recently around defensible space, and in particular, the newer 0 to 5 foot zone immediately out from a structure is the most critical zone for defensible space, really limiting the amount of vegetation that's in that area, preferably all the way down to nothing combustible within that zone. The next one that we know is the California Building Code Chapter 7A, which the Office of the State Fire Marshal within CAL FIRE is responsible for maintaining. And we have a standing working group that continues to look at the current science that's out there and make improvements to the code every 18 months. And through our post-fire analysis, we've also been able to determine that Chapter 7A is making a positive difference. And Jessica Morse mentioned that on the Camp Fire, that homes that were built to the Chapter 7A standard had a higher survival rate than those that were built before Chapter 7A. And we know also that retrofitting older structures that were built prior to Chapter 7A's implementation in 2008 are also having a better survival rate than those that are not hardened. So these two, defensible space and home hardening, Chapter 7A for new construction, this coupled approach of those two is really what gives a home the best chance of surviving a wildfire. We've also determined that through post-fire analysis that defensive actions by emergency responders are critical in defending homes and increasing the survival rate of homes from a fire, as well as those that do catch fire in helping to limit the damage on some of those homes as well. So we know also that hardening actions must be based on the anticipated exposure. So if you look at the 2 dials that are on the screen there, they really illustrate what the actions we can take to mitigate the exposure and risk to structures. And this was produced by Alex Marangitis from the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And so the dial, the red dial at the top left there is reducing the exposure from the vegetative fuel, so defensible space. If we crank that dial counterclockwise to the left, we reduce fuels, we remove fuels, we're creating more space around a structure. On the dial on the right, if we crank that dial up to the right-hand side, we're designing homes that are more fire resistant designed to them, and we're building them with more ignition resistant or non-combustible materials, increasing their resilience and reducing their exposure. What we don't know, however, is the full extent of structure-to-structure fire spread. CAL FIRE has engaged with the National Institute of Standards and Technology, the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, U.S. Forest Service, and the California Building Association on a structure separation experiment whereby we are looking at structure-to-structure fire spread, starting with small structures up against at varying distances compared to a full-size structure, then graduating up to accessory dwelling units compared to a full-size structure, and then full-size structure to full-size structure. That's going to be a roughly four-year experiment. We're in phase one of that, year one of that right now, and trying to learn more about the structure-to-structure fire spread. We know that home hardening actions work, but we need to the science to help us determine additional home hardening actions, because home hardening can be very costly. And so wherever we can determine good mitigation strategies that lower the cost of implementation will help us out with retrofitting the hundreds of thousands of structures that are out there that need retrofitting. We also need better test standards that are based on the realistic exposure that's out there that structures experience from a wildland fire. And we need realistic implementation strategies based on the understanding of WUI events. So there's a couple emerging technologies. Coatings is one, whether it's sprayed on vegetation or the exterior of a structure, or external fire sprinklers that are gaining a lot of traction. However, there's more research that needs to be done in that area to determine their effectiveness, that they work in the situation that they're applied to. For example, with fire sprinklers, that they have a water source that can be maintained and not, reduce the water availability to the firefighters that are in that area. They need to be able to be turned on potentially remotely and last the duration of the fire, not turned on too early and so forth. So these are just some of the areas that we need more research in to develop out realistic test methods and research areas that can help us with better mitigation strategies. So that's the end of my presentation.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Stephen. We will talk with you soon. I'd now like to welcome Joaquin Esquivel to join me. Joaquin, if you have slides, please go ahead and share. Joaquin was appointed, otherwise it's fine. Joaquin was appointed to the State Water Resources Control Board by Governor Jerry Brown in 2017, and then designated by our current governor in 2019 to chair the water board. And so Joaquin, we look forward to hearing about the board's efforts on wildfire. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate joining everyone this morning. I'll try to be brief so that we can get to our discussion here. Again, my name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Board. I'm fortunate to be part of the board. There's no certainly any shortage of challenges, but it's a great time to be working on what are multiple issues. Sorry, 1 second. I'm having a hard time advancing my slide. So real quick orientation. The State Water Resources Control Board is housed at the California Environmental Protection Agency. We and our sister agencies oversee the state's clean air, clean water, and regulatory programs there. So quickly, our vision is an abundant supply of clean water for human uses and environmental protection to sustain California's future. We here at the board, I'm one of 5 state water board members. I hold the public seat actually amongst my colleagues. And then we have 9 regional water quality control boards. They each have their own chairs. They have their own executive officers. They implement their own local water quality control programs. We are all appointed by the governor, all 68 of us when we're fully appointed. And our agencies all collectively have about 2,300 employees. Quickly, our legal framework, we depend on Porter Cologne. It was passed before the Federal Clean Water Act, actually. It united a water rights office and local pollution control boards throughout the state to say you have to regulate water quantity and quality in the same breath. We also have SGMA that's come around recently that has significant impacts on our legal authority and work, and certainly the Safe Drinking Water Acts, both at the state and federal level. So what do? We develop statewide water quality protections. We establish those water quality standards for our regional water quality control boards. We allocate water rights. We adjudicate those water rights. We regulate and ensure access to clean drinking water. There, interestingly, our Division of Drinking Water was only transferred over to the state board about 5 years ago from the California Department of Public Health. So it's the newest when it comes to our sort of suite of regulatory oversight in the state, but it complements our water rights, water quality oversight, and the ability to even connect source water protection with drinking water systems, in particular as we talk about wildfire and the state's response is something that we continue to be exploring and is really critical when we talk about how we have a whole of government approach really when it comes to the state agency regulatory front on responding to wildfire, knowing that with these urban, wildland urban interface fires, these WUIs, we're really seeing the nexus between those protections. And then, additionally, we, when it comes to our responsibilities, we guide the regional water quality control boards. So here, just kind of broken up by our divisions, we have the Division of Water Rights, again, that administers things in the state. We have our Division of Drinking Water. Importantly, I just want to rest on our Division of Financial Assistance. It is actually our largest by staffing. And in the last 5 years, we've actually put out $6.3 billion in infrastructure in the state. That's on drinking water systems, wastewater systems, but also groundwater cleanup, source water protection, and stormwater capture. So a significant amount of investment coming from the state and from the board that is complementing these other regulatory programs that we have at the agency. So quickly here then are the 9 regional water quality control boards. I want to just rest on this because as you can see, given the distribution, our regional boards are very watershed and geographic based. And I look through even San Diego, our LA region, even the Colorado River region, and certainly up here north when we talk about our more larger and catastrophic wildfires, Tubbs, Camp, all of our regional water quality control boards are impacted. Fire is looking a little different in each one of these regions, but there is not a single region or part of the state that isn't being impacted by the challenges of drought, fire, and the climate crisis we face. So quickly to orient ourselves here, the nexus between the drying of our watersheds, the drying of our landscape, and drought, climate change, ambient temperatures, it all is part of the same challenge that we're all facing here. So just looking at drought, the point here is really we have not necessarily had the greatest recovery from our previous dry period. And with increasing ambient temperatures, and we're seeing what is just catastrophic dryness, as we know, this year, and just a progression of dryness in our watersheds. And again, even just the progression of drought so soon from our last very historic drought here is meaning our watersheds aren't having a chance to recover. We're really starting to see, particularly even looking at groundwater impacts, say in the Central Valley, we have whole communities that are still struggling to come out of drought. And so here, again, very clearly seen that we're continuing to have a progression here with climate change that is only magnifying challenges. Quickly, I'll just rest on this. Here we see vegetation flammability, and I give credit here to Daniel Swain and a great tweet that he did just recently, but I feel here just very accurate, very well shows the conditions where here we are, as we know, in late July, with conditions that we wouldn't normally see until a couple months into the season, and still yet a couple of months of dry conditions before we tap out on vegetation dryness. So water quality and wildfire impacts, then what does that mean for work here at the State Water Board? So there are both impacts when wildfires are actively burning, certainly, and then also after in containment. Factors include the type and magnitude and duration of the fire. And because we're seeing such a trend toward high intensity fires, they have the most damage on our watersheds. They denude, as we know, the landscape, in ways that just don't allow for the watershed to be able to hold water any longer, and have incredible impacts ultimately on health and aquatic life by releasing mercury in soils and plants and into then the waterways. We're seeing studies confirming that there's just significant changes happening then to the amount and timing of flows from these fire scarred areas, and particularly the more high intense scar areas are creating higher challenges with water quality, given that the catastrophic removal of all vegetation, and even just the burning of the soils into several inches deep, have lasting challenges. Those challenges then also add up, and we are seeing now impacts to our drinking water systems. The Tubb and Camp Fire, where, as we saw, had huge structural impacts, and the dewatering of systems, the long-term contamination and challenges with then pipes that are often put in, PVC, the benzene that's released from those, and also just the toxic soup of contaminants within households that then burns are meaning that the wildfires that we're responding to and the recovery on the water quality side and the impact to systems is just on a scale that we haven't really seen before. This is certainly bringing questions to the board as to how do we bring communities back out once wildfire has impacted drinking water systems, and importantly, how do you rebuild those systems, knowing that it may be a matter of a decade or two before similar fire comes back through, and in some cases here, I think of the Camp Fire in Paradise, where you have septic systems in place prior. As folks rebuild, it's important to remember to do so in ways that means our communities are lasting. Quickly, the board's role here is one of regulatory, but also of grants that we've been able to put into recovery as we best understand where to make investments and supporting local systems. Quickly, I'll just land on what I see as our hopeful trends here. We do see an increased use of remote sensing and common digital decision support tools here amongst us, both at the agency level, but also at the local level. That's so critical. We need to have these because it's not any one decision that any one of our agencies or locals are making, but it's collectively how our decision making is best informed by advances in remote sensing and these 21st century tools. Additionally, as well, there's state investments that are moving, federal investments, and this also really ties, particularly here in the West, to discussions around how our water systems, our wastewater systems, and generally our watersheds are going to function here, given the impacts of climate change and the crisis that we have in front of us. So I'll stop there. Just thank you. And I appreciate, again, the opportunity to be part of this panel and look forward to the actual discussion here soon.
Thank you so much, Joaquin. That was a fantastic overview. Appreciate it. I'd now like to welcome our last speaker of this panel, Elizabeth Shealy. Elizabeth is the Chief of the Research Division of the California Air Resources Board, or CARB. She's in charge of planning and coordinating the agency's wide-ranging air quality and climate research. She directs a large group of multidisciplinary scientists and engineers who are developing and implementing research plans. And her division also implements programs to address indoor air quality and high global warming potential gas mitigation. So welcome, Elizabeth. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Susan. And I'm really excited to talk about what we're doing on wildfires, on scrap fires, on our researches with the programs that we have in place. It's important to understand what's going on and where we're at and where things have changed. So I'll just start. Doesn't appear to be.
Elizabeth, your connection seems a little creaky. Everything's connected okay?
It should be. I'm actually in the office, so
Okay.
that's interesting. So I will start out with a little background on CARB. So the Air Resources Board, as with the State Water Board, is part of Cal EPA. But at its heart, we're really a public health-oriented agency, well, focused on fighting clean air for all Californians across the entire state, achieving carbon neutrality and reducing air pollution emissions in heavy burden communities. Wildfires obviously play a big role in this. They're important for multiple reasons. They impact health, as well as our ability to achieve our air quality and climate goals. Health impacts can range from mild effects to very serious impacts, including an increase in hospitalization and emergency visits and premature death. Wildfires emit tiny particles and gases that impact clinician air quality, and the forests obviously have an important role to play in achieving carbon neutrality. Forest carbon is an important part of the scoping plan as the biggest carbon pool in California, and the ability for the sector to contribute is a priority for the administration. And obviously, we will continue to work with all the other agencies on here as well as others in that effort, other statewide efforts as well. What do we know about wildfires, health, climate change, and air quality? We know a lot about air quality, climate for our work today. Wildfire smoke is a complex mixture of PM2.5, which are small particles, and other pollutants, and the structures are burned, we're seeing more and more of in the wildfire and interface. This mixture can contain high levels of toxic contaminants. And California had frequent incident affairs, as we've heard over the last few presentations, and this is due in part to warmer and drier conditions driven by climate change. In recent years, fires in California have broken records for the percentage of the population that impacted by exposure to smoke. Actually, in a map on the next slide, it shows this exposure in 2020, which would cross the entire state. And it increased in duration of exposure as well to lengths of smoke exposure from days to weeks. And this really means increasing amount of pollutants in the air. And it's obviously a concern CARB, as smoke can have both immediate and serious long-lasting impacts to health.
Elizabeth, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Your audio has taken a turn. We're having a hard time understanding. So I don't want you to continue without us being able to understand you. Would you mind maybe disconnecting your headphones? And maybe, I know we had you put your headphones on, but let's see if that helps. I'm not sure if you're just experiencing bandwidth issues. But let's also go ahead and say a few words for us.
Is this working any better?
Oh, that's so
Yes.
much better.
Yes,
thank you. Apologies for the
Sorry.
interruption. Please continue. No problem.
That's so odd. No worries. So where was I? I'll just talk about some of the serious impacts. I talked about some impacts earlier, increased emergency room visits. There's actually also been a study, early results from Southern California, that wildfire smoke may have a greater impact on respiratory hospitalizations as well, but that needs to be confirmed. And it obviously impacts our ability to meet our mandates for our federal air quality standards for ozone and particulate matter. And just to finish this part off, our natural and working lands inventory shows that California lands are a net source of carbon emissions, largely due to wildfire and land management. So I mentioned the map over here where you can see exposure and really understanding how it impacts everybody. And smoke exposure has particularly disadvantaged, has impacted disadvantaged communities, which is an area where we have a key focus to understand the impacts on those communities and the community level impacts, as well as the changing constitution of fires. Air pollution in a wildfire will look different when it's also includes structures and vehicles and things that burn, that put things in the air that may be more harmful. For example, the Camp Fire report did show some elevated levels for different constituents, including lead. And so we really want to have more understanding, do more research on that side to understand what's going in the air as more structures and vehicles burn. And just also different types of fires, and understand what happens for that short-term exposure. What happens when people are exposed to very large amounts of smoke, but for smaller periods of time. So these are some active areas where we're looking in terms of public health. We're also focusing on understanding, we're spending more time on communication and mitigation. So we have the Smoke Ready campaign, which it's a new effort and shows steps on how to protect yourself from smoke exposure. Another such effort is on clean air shelters throughout the state that can be used by people to protect themselves during wildfire events. So in addition to research, we're also really focused on monitoring, communicating that information to folks and helping folks reduce their exposure to emissions during that time. I mentioned the importance of tracking carbon, greenhouse gas, and air quality impacts. And this includes for current and future management strategies. Supporting healthy forests is key to meeting all of our goals and to reducing wildfire risk. Prescribed fires are part of that. And it's one wildfire mitigation strategy that can significantly lessen the intensity of future wildfires while improving forest resiliency, reducing overall greenhouse gas emissions, the chance of extreme air quality degradation, and human exposure to smoke. And then the scoping plan will support healthy, resilient forests and carbon neutrality. And many of these efforts, I want to mention, are key partnerships with our air districts throughout the state. So CARB is the state agency, and there's a lot of work that's done at independent air districts throughout the state. There's dozens of them that work on these issues and are very important partners as well. So the agency has a lot of ongoing research in this area, given the importance to all of our multiple different goals and understanding how it all works together to improve health and climate and air quality. I'm just going to go over two of these, but I wanted to put all of them up there. One of the ones I wanted to focus on includes UC Berkeley researchers, other researchers, as well as CARB in-house expertise. And it's really looking to gather information to better understand those emissions from wildfires versus controlled burns. And it uses a lot of new innovative approaches to try and bring them all together. So we have mobile monitoring platforms, flights, drones, as well as using satellite technology. The other one I wanted to mention will be starting early next year, which is focused on smoke waves, which is what I was talking about earlier, which is those days or weeks of smoke exposure and really understanding what's going on there. We have a lot more information on long-term effects and really trying to understand those short-term effects on respiratory outcomes, cardiovascular disease, preterm birth, and mental health impacts. So this will update our health data to reflect longer periods of smoke exposure people are facing. And it also includes outreach to community members to find out what are their interests and any specific feedback or concern and disseminate those findings as well. We do have some studies looking at intergenerational impacts. For species, we have monkey species that were living outside and inadvertently were exposed to wildfire smoke, and looking at what the impacts are to them, as well as different tools for looking at health benefits of natural and working lands. I mentioned the pilot program on clean air shelters, and that is really to provide funding. It's a pilot project, so we'll be looking at how it works through this year and the coming years, and how helpful it has been at reducing people's smoke exposure if they have access to these clean air shelters. And we are, I do want to mention, because it's specific to this workshop, is we are studying air quality impacts at the wildland-urban interface, including the speciation, what's actually in that, in the particulate matter that gets out. And I'll move a little bit, since I have the chance with all of these great UC researchers online, to tout our research plan, and I will put up a long list of questions that we have, that some of which we're working on, some of which we would just like input. And if you have research going on in that area, letting y'all know some of the questions that we have and that we would love to learn more about. If there's information, love to partner with people as well. So our research program encompasses all aspects of air pollution and climate change. And we do, every 3 years, we have a strategic research plan, and this lays out our priorities for the agency for the next 3 years. And wildfires was one of those priorities. And it was highlighted as really a focus area within there. And it goes throughout all of our different, we have five main areas: environmental justice, economics, health, air quality, and climate. And you can see something on wildfires within each and every one of those areas. And so I encourage you to look through this to see what our concerns are and what we're looking at. But we are definitely always looking for partners as well. And so, like I said, I have several slides that are a lot of questions, but I'll just quickly go through some of what we're either working on or looking to work on or would love information on. And so for following a number of research questions, and they cover a wide range of questions we're looking at, we have plans to build on ongoing research efforts by developing and improving a set of California-specific emission factors for air toxics and other VOCs, and studying the direct and indirect influences of wildfires on NAAQS exceedances. But we obviously have a lot of other questions that we want to look at within here, including how do changes in management affect air quality? How do the increased wildfires and the increased wildfires in the WUI impact air quality, climate, and health? And we want to understand how it's affecting specific communities as well, and the environmental justice aspect of it. Are there certain communities that are more impacted than others? And are there any things we can do about that on our side? And how do we clearly communicate the benefits of prescribed burns? How do we clearly communicate what to do in a wildfire? Where to go and how to reduce your exposure, and then just land use and management changes. So I will stop there. It's an area where we obviously are very interested, have a lot going on, and I really look forward to this conversation as well as the rest of the presentations. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. It was great to hear about what's going on at CARB, and thank you for putting up questions. Let's see, do we have everybody here now on our panel? We're running a little bit late, but we'll make this up later in the session. There's been a lot of questions coming in chat, so let's discuss a few of them. And I think, Elizabeth, just springboarding from your last presentation, I'm wondering if our panelists can comment on mechanisms that you use or maybe will use to engage researchers in some of these priorities that your agency has identified. Who wants to take a first swing at that?
I can
Yes, thank you.
take that one. So I mentioned during the presentation, and I guess my slides didn't come through on the screen share, so sorry about that. But
just the first few, but you articulated them well.
Okay, so we are engaged with NIST, IBHS, U.S. Forest Service, CBIA on a research study that looks at structure-to-structure separation and the relationship of structure-to-structure ignition. So that's one area we're partnering with others. We're also engaged in a newer program with Cal OES. We're calling it the California Wildfire Home Hardening Program. And part of that is developing mitigation strategies that we will provide financial assistance for to retrofit older structures to bring them up to the California Building Code Chapter 7A standard. And so we have researchers from NIST and IBHS that are engaged with us in developing the vulnerability and mitigation strategy list, and then determining which of those that we can engage through this program. So there's a lot of other opportunities where we can engage with researchers and on developing other wildfire mitigation strategies. Thanks
so much, Stephen. Elizabeth, you said you're having audio problems. She might not be able to hear us right now. Let me see, Joaquin, do you want to say a little bit about that?
Yeah, I wish we had something more of an organized research arm. I'll just say that our Office of Research Planning and Performance is doing their best to try to coordinate what is a lot of research need for us on the water quality side, but we have great partners over at the California Natural Resources Agency and other state agencies that are similarly invested in this work. And so we're fortunate for those those connections. But I think we're still looking to see how we might actually be a little more strategic and organized when it comes to the questions that we're needing to see answered in the regulatory space, particularly when we talk about drinking water systems and the impact increasingly to just understanding how wildfire impacts those systems, but also how to recover from them safely.
Perfect. Thank you, Joaquin. Jessica.
Yeah, I mean, we really do rely on scientists pretty heavily every step of the way, and has been informing our work. And as Joaquin mentioned, these are all really interrelated. For example, we work with Dr. Bales at UC Merced, who is doing some very innovative work around watershed tree density and watershed yield. And so does that tell us, what's that connection between forests and faucets? And if we need to, considering we lose, 2/3 of our precipitation every year, not lose, but 2/3 of our precipitation every year goes out through evapotranspiration through trees. And so when you're thinking about, well, what's a biggest way to be able to, does changing forest density then impact your watershed yield and your stream flows? And is that a spigot potentially? And what's the relationship? And then what's, Dr. North at UC Davis has been helping us think through how we do reforestation structures so that they are less vulnerable to catastrophic fires when we are trying to replant watersheds. We're doing a lot of work with scientists that are helping us understand wildfire risks and bring analytic tools together. So when we have LIDAR, hyperspectral, satellite data, and our ground forest inventory plots that inform us on ground data, we have these siloed data sets. And then how do we integrate them so that they are informing how we put our treatments on the landscape, so that we aren't just, so that we are protecting communities and we are protecting ecologies, biodiversity, and impacting carbon storage as well. So lots of innovation, and in our budget proposal, we have over $20 million for research and grants, and then more funding, also 15 million currently proposed for LIDAR and spatial acquisition, so that we can improve the data sets that we have that we use for planning and design of wildfire resilience.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jessica. Elizabeth, are you hearing? I think she's still having.
I can't hear you, but can you hear me?
Yes.
That's so weird. Okay, so I'll just read the closed captioning and try that way. I don't know what's going on with my computer. I believe the question is the mechanisms to engage researchers in science and technology relevant to the agency. So what I talked about in terms of our triennial plan is a huge way that we do that, and we're always looking for, and so this is one of the great opportunities that we look for in order to do that is to reach out, but we always try to have a lot of outreach about what are our priorities, really putting out there the areas of the specific questions we have. And we work, our first and foremost, we go to the UCs with our research plan every year. So the projects that we develop and are approved by our board, we then solicit from the UCs actually, are you interested in this? Do you have a pre-proposal for us to look at? And then we move forward that way because there is so much talent, obviously, at the UCs. And we have also partnered with federal partners like NOAA and NASA. They do flights across the state to look at and have done flights during fire events. There was a coordinated campaign called FireX, and some of the results from that combined with on the ground monitoring and really working together is important. So those are just some of the ways that we've engaged.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. We have a special guest, Assembly Member Bill Quirk. Thank you for joining the symposium. And I think your follow-up question would be perfect here if you could join us and ask that question. Let's see.
I got it.
Great.
This question is predominantly for Jessica Morse. I'm sure the legislature will accommodate any amount that the governor's office feels that that can be spent. On the other hand, not all the money for last year was spent. In fact, very little of it. And the reason given for that was that the firefighters who were hopefully in the off season going to be doing this work weren't able to do it. The initial request for money for management of the forest was quite a bit lower. Now it's quite a bit higher. Can you really use all of that money? Do you have the manpower, or excuse me, the person power to really do this work?
Thank you so much for asking, and thank you for all of your support and leadership on wildfire resilience in California, Assembly Member. We are absolutely, this is part of a well thought out strategy that involves 21 departments across 40 programs to deliver fire resilience. Our fire resilience budget has historically come from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. That was a $200 million fund established under SB 901. And that has funded our fire resilience activities across those three fronts that I was mentioning: landscape, around the WUI, and then inside of communities. Last year, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund auctions didn't yield results. And so we were down to $75 million because there wasn't revenue. And so the first available opportunity to fund it was when the legislature came back this year. And so that's when we proposed over $1 billion budget. It's now up to $1.5 billion, and proposed $536 million in early action emergency funding so that we could get dollars on the landscape to deliver that work. You're absolutely right in the fact that that CAL FIRE crews have been put on fires because there wasn't a fuel reduction season. That did not mean that we did not do fuel reduction and people were not working last year. We just didn't have the resources because of the greenhouse gas reduction funding structure. The governor's budget this year addresses both of those issues. So most of this funding is general fund. And $536 million was appropriated in early action. Over 80% of that is already out the door in contracts and grants across scores of different agencies and entities. Because CAL FIRE crews have been fighting fires and having red flag warnings since January, we have put state parks, Department of Fish and Wildlife, California Conservation Corps, the conservancies out in the field, and they are starting to deliver those results. One of the challenges we face is that these projects take time, that you don't get to just snap your fingers, and they're often very dependent on weather, particularly if you're doing prescribed fire. You have to wait for the right burn windows. So what we've done with these early action dollars is they are delivering results now, and they are poised to be able to now, they are ready for weather windows so that these crews can get the work done. And because we have crews that aren't going to get called on fire lines doing this work, we can take advantage of every window. So when we get a little bit of rain in Southern California, they can drive. When we get windows in the fall, they can drive. And so we're so grateful for the innovation there. And then the rest of the balance of roughly $1 billion is before the assembly now. And so we are so excited and grateful to have that strategy enacted. We've been removing the structural barriers that you had mentioned permitting in your question earlier. And that's one of the big barriers that's removed. We've gotten that permitting process that used to take 2 years down to about 2 months and fully integrated. I mean, this is really the first time you've had CEQA, Water Board's Fish and Wildlife permits in one application. It makes it very fast. It means that you just do your boots on the ground actual environmental analysis. So it doesn't erode the environmental standards, but it doesn't have a long timeline and lots of extra steps to go through. It's really streamlined, really efficient, and still protective. So we're grateful for your partnership and excited to continue to work with you.
Thank you
so much, Jessica and Assembly Member, for asking the question. I'd like to thank everybody for their fantastic presentations and for all the work you're doing on behalf of our California wildfire resiliency. So with that, Vice President Maldonado, I will hand it back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hubbard. Yes, I am thrilled. The presentations were excellent, and thank you for sticking around for a few more minutes to answer questions from the audience. We were so pleased you could join us. Clearly, we needed more time. But I'll move on to the next panel. Just know that the remaining panels will indeed go for 55 minutes each. We will make up for time even if we have to, in the entire meeting, perhaps 10 minutes delayed. So thank you for being here. Now I am pleased to introduce Dr. Prasant Mohapatra, who will moderate panel 1. He is the Vice Chancellor for Research at UC Davis, as well as Distinguished Professor of Computer Science with expertise in wireless networks and cybersecurity. Prasant, please.
Thanks, Vice President Maldonado. It's certainly my pleasure to be a part of this series of symposium. It is quite exciting. As we know, fire has historically played a fundamental ecological role in many of America's wildland areas. The rising number of homes in the wildland-urban interface, impacts on lives and property from wildfire, and escalating cost of wildfire management have led us to an urgency in need for communities to adapt to fire. Developing a basic understanding of the factors that determines fire behavior, which means wildfire movement and intensity, will allow homeowners and builders to assess fire hazard on their property and determine what they can do to minimize their risk. Research has shown that most important factors influencing building survival during a wildfire are fire intensity, vegetation characteristics, and building materials, especially the roof. During this panel, let's focus on understanding more about fire in WUWI. We have a group of 4 experts in the area, and they will be making short presentation, and we will follow up that with questions and answers. So please include all your questions into the Q&A box, and we will catch up after the brief presentations. So let me have the pleasure of introducing our first speaker, Michael Goellner, who is an assistant professor and DEV faculty fellow in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of California, Berkeley. His expertise lies in applying experiments and combustion and fluid dynamics theory to fire science problems, with much of his studies devoted to fires in the WUWI, fire model development, and emissions from fire. Take it on, Michael.
Thank you so much, Prasant, and thank you everyone for being here. And so what I want to talk to you today is about adapting to fire in the wildland-urban interface. And when we're talking about wildland-urban interface, I'm not sure if it's even been said. The wildland-urban interface covers a huge swath of the state of California. And you'll see that a lot of this is driven by embers, which fly far ahead of the fire and really cover most of the state. And this is why engineers and others natural scientists need to collaborate and work together. So to begin with, why do I say adapt to fire, not put out fire? Well, fire has a long history in California. You can see on the left over 100 years, California dotting the landscape. But there's been a dramatic change over the last 10 years or so. And driven by climate change, the way we've managed our lands and removed fire, and by the way we've moved into the WUWI, you can see that some of these fires, a small percentage, have become very large. And these large, rapidly spreading, intense fires threaten our communities. And unfortunately, we can see incredible destruction that has resulted. And California is really at the epicenter. Incidents like the Camp Fire, the Tubbs and Nuns and Atlas Fire, the Cedar Fire in San Diego have driven huge losses. And it's not just structures, although that's what we're talking about protecting right now, but community loss, long-term health effects, and financial losses, and unfortunately, loss of life. So the question is, why are our communities burning? Because it's through this understanding that we can see how to prevent future fires. I show you here from the Tubbs Fire, the community of Coffey Park. This was a suburban community. We're not talking about a fire that went through brush. We're talking about a fire that jumped over a multiple lane highway through a commercial area and into a suburban community. This is a different beast we're tackling. And I think the way we look at this is the pathways to fire spread. So what are the ways in which the fire actually ekes in from the wildland into our urban areas? And we originally thought so much has to do with radiation, which is that heat that we're feeling from the fire. And while we thought that was largely responsible for most fires, it turns out with proper defensible space, we can limit most, if not all, of these ignitions. Defensible space is that space where we move flammable materials away from our home. And it's very, very effective, only between 30 to 100 feet, depending on the surroundings. The next is direct flame contact. Just imagine that wooden fence next to your structure, bringing the fire right up to the edge. All you need is the smallest gap to let it in, or that wood chip pile right next to below your window, which then breaks the window and allows embers in. We're very interested in that 0 to 5 foot zone, as Chief Hawks earlier said, because it's hugely influential for preventing homes from burning. And finally, you'll see in the silly little animation here, embers or firebrands. These small particles break off of materials that are burning, whether structures or wildland, and cause spot fire ignitions. Now you can see here, UC Davis firefighters responding to the Tamarack fire just last week. Look at the dramatic ember blizzard or ember storm, they're everywhere. And our firefighters are going into harm's way during severe wildfire conditions under high winds and dry fuels. Now, this extreme fire behavior, as I mentioned, has been driven by changes in climate to make it more often. But what is happening is what we call a WUI disaster sequence. Or in other words, where do we move from this wildland fire that potentially could have benefits from the landscape to something devastating to our communities? Well, that intense wildfire is starting residential fires primarily, though there's also some commercial. And it stresses our fire protection resources. Our resources were designed to put out individual fires, not hundreds or thousands at the same time. And those embers are causing a huge swath. We talk about multiple mile-wide fire fronts. And this results in this WUI fire disaster with hundreds or thousands of homes destroyed. So how do we break this chain? Well, you've heard about a couple solutions. One is reducing exposure in the community, designing our communities so that they won't have as much exposure. The way we place buildings, something you'll hear about later by Moritz and Van Boostek. We can also do fuel reduction and prescribed fire. We can try to reduce the fire that's going to reach our structures, whether that be fire or ember exposure. We also have to harden our communities. And by hardening, we mean making it much harder to ignite. Nothing will be totally inflammable. We fill our houses with foam-filled couches. But if we can harden it so that very few homes ignite, firefighters have a real fighting chance of putting out of the few spot fires that do take hold and really preventing destruction, making it safe for people to evacuate. California Building Code Chapter 7A is really at the forefront in the nation of this, but that doesn't apply to existing structures. It doesn't apply to all jurisdictions. How can we change that? How can we find efficient solutions that are going to impact a huge swath of our building stock? There's also community programs like Firewise, which implement defensible space throughout communities. And finally, we can do better response. And when I mean response, we're not just talking about firefighters, we're also talking about notification and evacuation. Unfortunately, most people perish while evacuating a fire. This is going to take further fuel mitigation efforts on evacuation routes and better planning so that we can know where a fire is going to be and get people out safely. So how do we move toward this resilient future? First off, I think we must learn to live with fire in California. It's not all about putting out the fire. If we want to make a change, we have to invest in it before the fire comes. Once the fire is there, we can bring great technologies and tools to help firefighters, but it's not going to solve the problem. We need to harden structures, do community outreach and landscape fire management. And as you heard, an incredible investment is being made in that area. Although recent analysis has shown to fully move there, that may cost over $3 billion a year in California. So how do we do that? Well, you've also probably heard there's a lack of quantifiable data. We know which things are good, but not how good and which are best. And that's why we keep researching, to make things cheaper and make things more effective. You can see up here a wind tunnel that we use in the laboratory. And on the bottom left, those are actual embers that we generate. We see what's the heat from them? How do they ignite materials? It turns out that it's not just the materials, but the way in which they're arranged. And you'll hear a lot about that in the next talk. But also we must test this at scale. You can see our partners at IBHS in the bottom right, igniting whole structures. But that facility can only burn one structure a year in a wildfire. That's going to take multiple years. Unfortunately, we don't even have the facilities in California to do that. And hopefully that will change in the future. This leads us to interdisciplinary wildfire science. The things that we learn in the laboratory, like the mechanisms of destruction and embers, we can work with our colleagues. On the right, you'll see some recent work we did reconstructing the Tubbs fire and actually emulating the ember storm that came through and destroyed Coffey Park. Now, by understanding that, we can start to link using CAL FIRE's collected data of destruction to how the exposure from that fire relates to destruction. What features were most important to protect those homes and what led to certain destruction in cases? And how can we implement that in policy? So we're going to continue to develop those solutions and to collaborate across agencies. And I can't say enough about how collaboration and spreading the knowledge from the science that we have through all, not just government agencies, but working together with insurance, with construction, with NGOs to actually implement this. So I'll share a link after this talk through the chat so that you can see some resources available to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. That was very interesting. We will continue with some more of those thoughts during the panel discussion. So next, to talk more about the fire behavior, I would like to invite Professor Jeanette Covian-Inguez, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of California, Merced. Jeanette's interests are in advancing the basic science of fire behavior in the wildland through controlled experiments and in contributing to applied science of wildfire behavior by using remote sensing and data science. Jeanette, it's all yours.
Thank you, Prasant. And thank you everyone for joining the call today. My name is Jeanette Covian-Inguez. I am a professor of mechanical engineering at UC Merced. And today I'll be talking to you about ignition and spread mechanisms in the WUI. Specifically, I'll be talking about direct flame contact, particle ignition, and the different types of target fuels that can occur in the WUI. I won't be talking about meteorology as some of my colleagues in further presentations will be talking about this. So first, I wanted to talk about fire spread through direct flame contact. And the primary metric for fire spread is rate of spread. And the classical model for rate of spread is the Rothermel model. And now I wanted to present the equation here. Don't be alarmed if you don't understand all the details, but I want to present that because that's essentially the basic building block for most rate of spread modeling software used to date. And the Rothermel model equation expresses the rate of spread of fire in terms of fuels, weather, and topography. And it's based on the assumptions of a flaming fire spreading through a single layer homogeneous thin fuel bed. And so these assumptions represent idealizations of fuels. And so a major challenge in fire behavior modeling is generating models based on fuels similar to the field. And though this requires laboratory and field scale fire behavior work. And so that really makes us think about basic science. And I wanted to talk to you today about the role of wind tunnels in basic science, since they've been used since around the 1940s for fire behavior research. We have here an example of a wind tunnel used by Korean Fons in 1940. And wind tunnels are powerful allies in the study of fire behavior because they provide a controlled environment where we can model fuel, weather, and topography. And so there's many different types of low-speed wind tunnels currently used for fire behavior by various different agencies around the country and the world. But here in the UC, we also have several different types of wind tunnels for fire behavior. I have some examples here of wind tunnels that I've used in my research around the UC, from large-scale wind tunnels for chaparral crown fire research at UC Riverside to bench-scale wind tunnel at UC Berkeley for smoldering fire behavior research. And now moving on from spread of WUI fire through direct flame contact, we can talk about particle ignition and the different types of particles and firebrands that can be produced during a WUI fire. And WUI particle ignition sources include firebrands and metal particles. Firebrands generated by vegetation, and they can also be generated by structures. And Metal particles, in the case of woolly fire and wildland fire, can be generated either by mechanical equipment or power line failure. So when these heated particles are produced, they will land on a target fuel. And in the WUI, we have roughly 2 types of target fuels: structural elements, such as building components. And then we also have natural fuels that may be present around a building, such as natural fuels, shrubbery, grasses, and trees. So target fuels and ignition particles are 2 components of what makes a WUI fire. And in fire behavior research, we care about the properties of these target fuels and these heated particles and how these interact in order to ignite and spread a fire. Some of these properties include fuel bed species in the case of wildland or natural fuels, material type and composition in building fire. Not only the type of material, but where it's placed in the house also matters. Things like packing density and fuel moisture are very important characteristics of target fuels that will determine whether or not we have the spread of a WUI fire and the ignition. Also, the properties of particles. So the material type of a particle in the case of ignition by mechanical sources, the type of metal matters. The geometry of that particle matters, the thermal property, and the quantity of particles. So whether it is metal particles or firebrands. And so in WUI fire behavior research, understanding of WUI fire behavior might be obtained by conducting experiments that study how each of these properties determine whether a fire will ignite and the conditions under which a fire might spread. So once we understand how these parameters influence fire behavior in the WUI, we can then make recommendations for building design, fuel clearing around buildings, and also fuel clearing around power lines.
Jeanette, can I interrupt you for a few seconds? Can you
Yes.
please turn off the live transcript because it's blocking the slides?
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, Jeanette, you have a few windows that are blocking the slide. So if you'll just go ahead and close out of your Zoom menu and that larger window there on the right side, oh, it's back. And it looks like you do have the transcript there at the bottom hiding the slides as well. And then once you're ready, Jeanette, you can go ahead and start sharing your screen again.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
All right, so once we have a better idea of the different types of characteristics that may or may not lead to a fire, understanding the type of fire that we might get is extremely important. We might get a flaming fire, which is a gas phase combustion, or smoldering fire, which is a solid phase combustion. Now, smoldering fire is somewhat less familiar to folks sometimes, and that's the solid phase combustion, such as what you will see in charcoal or similar types of fuels. And this can be ignited with a weaker source than flaming fires. Also, smoldering fire tends to be longer burning than flaming fire and produces greater yield of pollutant. So understanding whether an ignition source and a target fuel will yield either a flaming fire or smoldering fire is extremely important in WUI fire. Right, so because, sorry about that. So because smoldering fire requires a weaker ignition source, smoldering fire is often called a shortcut to flaming. And so in both wildland fire and woolly fire, this makes smoldering fire somewhat important as it can lead to more disastrous flaming fire. And here I have an example of a fire that was igniting in the smoldering mode, spread in the smoldering mode, and then eventually transitioned to flaming. Right, and last but not least, I wanted to mention some needs for future research that looks at technology developments and improvements in measurement science. So in fire behavior research, these developments can lead to improvements in the study of fire behavior by providing more accurate laboratory and field scale measurements. And so these will require advancements in technology and close collaborations between engineering, computer science, data science, and natural fire behavior scientists and researchers. And here I have an example of that. So this is a computer vision algorithm for rate of spread estimation that is using experiment video and algorithm developed by my student Kyle, IUC Merced, to extract and automatically calculate the rate of spread of this flame. And so work like this is very important in helping us extract the most amount of data from our experiments. And with that, I'll wrap it up. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Jeanette. Very interesting experiments. We would love to see it live sometime. Let's move on to the next speaker. I would like to invite Dr. Daniel Kayan, who is a research meteorologist at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography at UCSD. He has long-running interest in climate variability and changes over Western and North America. Kayan has been involved in an ongoing series of climate change assessments for the state of California and co-leads the California-Nevada Applications Program, which is a multi-campus NOAA-RESA team providing climate information for decision makers in California as well as in Nevada. Dan, all yours.
Thanks, Prasant. Good morning, everyone. Delighted to be here. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, Dan.
Not yet.
Okay.
Do you have your PowerPoint chosen when you went to share screen? There's another little share button there in the corner of your window that you'll need to click so that we can see your slides. There you go, Dan. Thank you so much.
There we go. Okay.
Yep, and if you'll just put them in presentation mode, right now we're seeing your notes, et cetera. Kind of, it looks like it's kind of in present. Let's see. So if you go up to slideshow, there you
How's
go.
that?
Thanks, Dan. You got it. Thank you.
Well, thanks to colleagues, thanks to state, federal, and local agencies for sponsoring this work. This is the first of a couple talks that you'll hear about weather and climate in this session. I want to touch on just 3 points. One is the increasing odds of hot and dry conditions here in California, reflecting, of course, global drivers. The critical importance we have here in at least Southern California and other parts of the state of the onset of precipitation in the autumn season. I'm gonna be talking about the end of the fire year, or what at least used to be the end of the fire year in the autumn season. And then I want to reinforce messages already seen on the need for monitoring, and also emphasize the need for better forecasts and climate projections. Here's a picture taken from the U.S. Drought Monitor. The chair of the Water Board, Joaquin, alluded to this in his talk, but we're seeing now the fourth major wave of dryness in the state since the 2000s. And increasingly, these dry episodes are not only precipitation deficits, but they've been extraordinarily warm. So we're contending with really rather unusual warmth as well as dryness. Dryness, of course, is not unfamiliar in California. California climatologically is one of the more volatile areas in the world and the most really in the United States. But this warmth is really something that we've been unfamiliar with. So I'm trying to get my slide to advance here. This chart, which is a bit busy, but at the right-hand side, I want to recall last September 2020, which is pictured color-wise in this map on the right, where we see that the month of September ranked the warmest in a 120 plus year record of Septembers that were collected by weather data going back more than a century. And one of the questions that occurred, in fact, provoked by California agencies was, well, how unusual was September? And in order to answer that, we've actually employed a set of downscaled global climate models that our group and others in the UC campus have marshaled in a series of assessments of California climate that the state has organized. And September 2020, it turns out, was unusually warm, but in terms of where it takes us as far as prospecting the future, it looks like September 2020 conditions will be really quite the normal by the time we arrive in 2050, mid-century. So this is not something that we have decades and decades to prepare for. This is something that is going to confront us within the next few decades. The other thing that when we look at the climatological record that is going to challenge us is this increasing thirst by the atmosphere as climate warms, the evaporative demand. And this chart makes the point of how rather short bursts, the real intense episodes of warm and dry conditions have really accumulated over the last several decades. So we're seeing over this particular record an increase of about 2 of these very extreme days in each decade. And of course, climate models really emphasize that this is going to continue. The slide shown here in this feature is the Northern Sierra, but off to the side there, I'm showing similar conditions that have occurred in the South Coast in the autumn period, which of course is really paramount to our vulnerability here because we have this really intensified autumn wildfire threat that is also exacerbated by high and dry wind conditions. So I want to briefly turn attention to the South Coast region, which in NOAA Climate Division parlance is called Region 6. And in that region, what we're showing here is beginning on September 1, the first occurrence of a 3-day precipitation event that equals or exceeds 1/4 of an inch. It turns out that even a modest amount of precipitation over this South Coast landscape actually makes quite a big difference in the risk of wildfire according to historical records. What we see here is that on average, that first precipitation arrival of 1/4 of an inch, again, beginning in September. And of course, this is registered in the fall, which honors our Mediterranean precipitation season, where we're almost guaranteed to have hot, dry summers. And we see that the long-term average arrival or onset occurs just at the very end of October, but embroidered on that long-term condition is a lot of variation, approximately a month earlier or a month later, as we look through this 71-year record over the South Coast. And by the way, this is the average aerially over that district that I showed just a minute ago. This is a census taken from the CAL FIRE Fire and Resource Assessment Program, or FRAP, fire history. And what we've done here is we've tallied the number and the acres burned of fires that have occurred before, that's the brown box, and after the onset in every one of those 70 years. And what we're showing here is the entire total. In short, approximately 3.5 million acres burned before 1/4 inch of precipitation arrived in our area in the South Coast, whereas about 1/3 of that amount of acres burned after. This turns out to be, we think, a real important ingredient in the fire season. So what to do about this? From a weather and climate standpoint, we think that real-time and prolonged climate and weather monitoring is really, really critical. Enforcing what is already going on, we need regionalized and localized climate projections. Again, there's a strong state and federal effort in that regard, and that will continue as climate modeling and so forth continues to develop. And finally, weather forecast. It's very clear that the weather ingredients, the extremes that we're all talking about today, are really part of our climate, and improved forecast on the short range will really help us to mitigate and prepare for these extreme events. So with that, Prasanth, I turn it back to you. I would just note that our website and getting in touch are noted at the bottom here and also on my first slide. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Very interesting activities, and I'm sure we will follow up on some of these. Before we move on to the final speaker, I want to remind the audience to start putting your questions in the Q&A box, and we will pick some of those during the discussion following this final presentation. So let me have the pleasure of inviting Charles Jones, who is a professor in Department of Geography at UC Santa Barbara. His research interests include predictability of extreme events, monsoon systems, climate change, regional modeling, and wildfires in California. Charles?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to first start by acknowledging all my collaborators, postdoctoral researchers, and also graduate students. I would like to talk to you about extreme fire weather and the wildland-urban interface. Extreme fire weather occurs when there is a lot of vegetation to burn, very high temperatures, low humidity, and very high winds. And under these conditions, wildfires can be explosive and spread really fast. I would like to emphasize the role of high winds because during high winds, the electric power line infrastructure can be very vulnerable and ignitions can occur. And then we have these explosive and fast wildfires. Also, during high winds, in the last recent years, the utility companies have implemented public safety power shutoffs, and that has other implications for the state. Now, as my colleagues already stated, wildland-urban interface is a big problem in California. And just to mention one example, this picture shows Santa Barbara area. The Santa Ynez Mountains are on top, and the yellow shading shows the wildland-urban interface. And then below that, south of that, the coastal plain. If we look at the historical wildfires in Santa Barbara, the largest fires, they start in the mountains and then they spread towards the coastal plain. And the main reason for this is a weather system called sundowner winds, which is different than Santa Ana winds. So when these wildfires very quickly spread towards the coastal plain, that poses big problems. The firefighting community has very little time to respond to the fires, and also evacuation can be a problem. Now, in one of our projects funded by the National Science Foundation, we have taken an interdisciplinary approach to address this problem. And among other things, we have developed a 30-year high-resolution meteorological data set. Essentially, this process is called downscaling. We start from global coarse data, and we use a regional model to downscale these weather variables to very high resolution. In this case, we developed our data set has 1 kilometer grid space in hourly resolution. So we use this data set to understand the dynamics of the sundowners. And we also collaborate with the National Weather Service to predict the sundowner wind events. We're in the process of expanding this sort of data set to cover the entire state of California. Now, one of the applications of this data set is that we use the output from this regional model, high resolution, as input to fire spread models with even higher resolution. And we use this to assess the wildfire risk at the wildland-urban interface. This picture here, one of our graduate students did hundreds of simulations in which the ignitions are set in hiking trails and roads, and we use this model to assess how the wildfires propagate towards the wildland-urban interface. In another application, we use these scenarios of wildland fires to model evacuation timing in the Santa Barbara area and identify critical areas for evacuation. Another project that is funded by the University of California Lab Fees program This project is an interdisciplinary project involving multi-institutions. We are investigating how climate change is modifying extreme fire weather. Also, we are very interested in studying more about how extreme fire weather interacts with the electric power grid, the problem of PSPS events and vegetation management. One result that I would like to share with you is that in our research, we have identified regions in California in which there are statistically significant trends in high wind events. We call these hazardous wind events. That's essentially when the wind speeds are very high above some thresholds, humidity is very low, and also we have offshore winds. In this figure here, it shows that each of these dots shows areas in which these hazardous wind events are increasing over time. And this time series here shows the trends in these wind events over the Sierra Nevada, and the bottom one over Southern California. So we are very interested in networking, collaborating with other researchers to investigate this problem of wildfires. And as we know, we face some very serious challenges. One is we know that climate is changing, is affecting wildfire behavior, but there are many details that we need to further understand. And also to address this problem of extreme fire behavior at the wildland-urban interface and increase resilience, we need to have a coordinated efforts. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Prasant, you are currently muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thanking the speaker, and I wanted to invite all the panelists onto the screen. Okay, so we have quite a few questions, and we'll try to answer as many as we can. The rest of the questions we will answer offline. So some of you have indicated about the challenges, but if I can ask, what do you think are some of the major scientific and technical challenges that are holding us back from preventing the destruction due to WEEE? Anyone can start?
Sure, I would say, one of the major things we don't completely understand is the real impact and way to model ember exposure into structures. So we need to determine the best and most effective and cheapest methods of protecting structures. And as Chief Hawks earlier said, the structure to structure spread is very important as well. And this is going to apply where we connect weather and atmospheric modeling to potential risks to structures that apply to insurance, as well as to the building materials and what we do. So I think that's a critical area that we're missing.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I think as far as some of the basic science for ignition, there's still quite a bit of gaps as far as the effect of fuel type and fuel properties on whether or not we would get an ignition given a hot particle, and also what type of ignition and under which conditions we would lead from smoldering to flaming transition. So those are some of the gaps that I've seen that require experiments and field work.
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in, Prasant. Charles really effectively presented the value of high resolution modeling. I think as he alluded to, more of that is needed and underway. Along with that, better monitoring. We have, as has been actually presented, a greatly complex landscape which is difficult to access in many ways, but we vitally need more observations, and we need better forecasts at both shorter and longer timescales. And we're still kind of in the infancy of the extended range weather timescale that is really valuable in making preparations.
Thank you. Now, here is an interesting question from the audience. What are the main sources of ignition of WEE fires? How can systems for very early detection of WEE ignition be developed so that the local agencies can use the quick response capabilities to be more effective?
I'm happy to take that. I mean, I think we know that under high wind events, power lines and power infrastructure has been a major source in California, but I think it's important to highlight that it's not the only source of ignition. So we are well-intentioned to prevent most of those fires and upgrade our infrastructure. We can try to move detection things, and you saw that there's alert wildfire and other sources which are getting close to areas we know could be potential ignition places. And I think the overhead, whether that be UAVs and satellite, is going to be key for detecting fires. But no matter how much we invest in that, there's still going to be lightning. There's still going to be accidents. And so we have to prepare the landscapes beyond just ignition sources, but there's still work to be done, especially on power infrastructure. And there are some movement in that area and technologies. I just don't think that there's a one single solution. It's a multifaceted step.
So another quick question is, what are the outlook for the development of inexpensive fire retardants that can be sprayed over the decks and roofs, wherever the fire is imminent? Any thoughts on that?
I don't want to keep going, but real quickly, the fire retardants, I think there is some development. The biggest issue is really getting it there before fire. Think of the Camp Fire, the Tubbs Fire. The fire moved incredibly quick, sometimes in the middle of the night. We can't get those resources in front of the fire. And so we really want to think about mitigation beforehand. There are uses for it, and there are some technologies that are going to help there, but I don't think that's going to be for most of it. Most of it needs to be done before the fire starts. We can't get in front of those fast wind-driven fires.
So very interesting question from our audience. Can anyone speak to reducing human ignitions? And the understanding is that those are largely responsible for ignitions beyond public safety power shutoffs. And is anyone studying the efficacy of public safety power shutoffs?
So one thing that I think could serve to that purpose is better understanding under which conditions a hot particle will cause an ignition, whether it's in the wildland or a structural fire. So being able to characterize not only the target fuel, so knowing the weather conditions, the moisture content of the fuel, the type of fuel, and whether or not that's prone to a fire given certain conditions, but also understanding the conditions of the particle itself. So for example, more work needs to be done. There's some work, but certainly more needs to be done as far as metal particle ignition. So whether it is from power lines or equipment failure. So when you're doing some kind of machining operations near the wildland, understanding whether those sparks and under which conditions those sparks could ignite a fire is important.
Yeah. I can add one point as well. We are collaborating with utility companies. And one of the main challenges that they have is to identify these high wind events over complex topography where they don't have observations. So we are working with them to develop meteorological data sets to fill these gaps, and they can monitor the high wind events and help to the decision process of if they call for a PSPS event or not. That's a very challenging problem.
Yeah, I think along with that, being more distributed in in that particular application is probably something that there needs to be more development on, and the kind of tool that Charles and I mentioned, both modeling and direct observations, will help us to be, I think, a little bit more surgical about where that action can be applied, so that we don't have to in bulk take everybody's power down throughout a major utility region. So there's certainly finer grained detail that can be helpful there.
So another interesting question that just came in. The panelists focused a lot on research on fire itself. Can some of the speakers touch upon future research needs on community planning and structure materials to inform building codes and research on lifelines so that communities can recover quickly?
I think, look at the schedule. I think the last panel is really going to highlight that. And at least Jeanette and myself work a lot in that area too. But I think the last panel is going to highlight UC and UC A&R is doing a lot of outreach, and a lot of what we do, that's the key, is getting the science into practice.
Yeah, and I was going to also mention that I have seen some of the slides. So there will be a lot of coverage in that, and we will follow up on that. So Dan, were you saying something?
No, I'm just listening intently.
Okay. Okay, so let me ask an interesting question. In the last session, I hope you all attended, it was focused primarily on activities from the government agencies and various groups those who are dealing with fire. Now, you all are from academia. So can I ask how we can build strong partnership between academics, operational agencies like, Forest Service, National Weather Service, fire departments, state and local agencies? How can we build this partnership to be effective in addressing the growing problems related to wildfires?
I can add one point. So here in Santa Barbara, we are working to actually bridge these, the research that we do at the university, also with the National Weather Service and the local, the county fire department in Santa Barbara. So on one hand, we can learn a lot from the experience from the National Weather Service forecasters. And at the same time, we can transfer what we develop at the university, what we understand about the dynamics of these high wind events, we can transfer to them. And that has been very successful. And we have some examples in which the National Weather Service was very successful in forecasting one of these sundowner events. And that was communicated with the local fire department, and they were prepared for the event of a wildfire, and it actually happened. So there was a very collaborative effort in this sense. So I think this kind of collaborations can be expanded to other areas and have more other parts of the state and have more coordination.
There's been a lot of work in various applications, not only fire, but water resources, other resource management and so forth along these lines. And I think one tenet of this partnership idea, the so-called co-production model, that really has learned that building in the applied partners early on in the research process, rather than waiting until we have a journal paper, so that they're involved, they have an influence over the design and perhaps even collecting data and so forth, it is much more effective than the old style sort of ivory tower that some of us grew up in. Myself, I'm mostly referring to. But So there's a lot of opportunity and need for involvement really at the very initial and organic level in a lot of these research activities.
I'd like to add too, we've worked with CAL FIRE even before I moved back to California, and working with partners in the field is fantastic. One thing that really changed was open data. And for a long time, we had trouble accessing destruction data. And there was a big effort to get that released to our group and other researchers. So I think keeping that in the mind of state agencies of getting that data out there and being willing to do that, that's been a big change recently. The other, I think that's missing, there's a lot of work in supporting research, but there are very few facilities which aim at WUI. And so hopefully there can be further efforts towards that front. We do a lot for weather and for other disasters, but not much on wildland-urban interface, and it's unique. And we share that facility with all disasters. Hopefully we can have our own in California.
Thank you very much. And those are really interesting thoughts. And I'm getting a cue to wrap up the session. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists. This was a wonderful discussion. We have a lot more questions, and our team will figure out the logistics to reach out to you to get your answers. Thank you very much. Back to Tessa.
Thank you so much, Prasant. Panelists, excellent presentations. Thank you for your remarks. And thank you for what you're doing to advance the science and understanding of wildfires. We are at a break right now. Can we try to take a 5-minute break and then launch the next panel, which will go, we're about 10 minutes behind. So 5-minute break. And if you can rejoin at 10:15, 10:16. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Now I am pleased to introduce Dr. Roger Wakamoto, who will moderate panel 2. Dr. Wakamoto is the Vice Chancellor for Research at UCLA. He is an atmospheric scientist with expertise in mesoscale meteorology. Roger.
Thank you so much, Teresa, and thank you for the panelists. Thank the audience. This has been a fascinating session so far. Before I begin, I just thought I'd let you know that my expertise is in tornado research, and so much that's been talked about today, I am very familiar with in terms of fast-moving disasters, resilient buildings. I will also suggest that there are lessons from the tornado community. There are issues related to social behavioral topics that have not really been addressed, although we may touch on them a little bit today. And also working and listening to local communities, especially the most vulnerable. There are issues in terms of seniors and underrepresented groups. It is not equal across all communities. So take it as a tip from a severe weather expert. I know about disasters and what they can do to communities. So panel 2 is going to be talking about the WUI and fire impacts to human health and the environment. Just want to say a couple of words that I think satellite images of wildfires have shown the immense and gigantic plumes that travel thousands of miles and impact people's lives on the east coast of the US. But if you watch very closely, these are going across the entire globe. So these are truly phenomena that impact everybody. Accordingly, it should be no surprise to any of you in the audience that the local effects just have to be immense. There will be health issues, both mental, and sometimes I think you can think of PTSD issues, and also physical issues. In addition, water quality after event is a major problem. These are just a few of the issues that we'll be discussing during this session. We have an excellent team of UC scientists to lead the panel discussion. We've given them guidance to try to adhere to a 7-minute presentation so that we have plenty of time for questions and answers, because on this topic, I think we will generate a lot of questions. So without any further delay, I want to introduce our first speaker, John Balmes. He is a professor of medicine emeritus at UCSF and a professor of environmental health scientists emeritus in the School of Public Health at UC Berkeley. John has been studying the effects of occupational and environmental agents on respiratory, cardiovascular, and metabolic health for over 40 years. So he will be talking about health risks due to fires. So John, I turn it over to you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, so I will talk about health effects of catastrophic wildfires, sensitive populations, and major risk. And just in full disclosure, I'm also the physician member of the California Air Resources Board. So, we've been focusing on wildland-urban interface fires, and as several of the speakers have mentioned, there are many, many acres of development in the wildland-urban interface in California. So the emissions from wildfires include primary air pollutants. Particulate matter is the one we tend to focus on, but there's near field, there's also carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, and some nasty compounds like polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAHs, and volatile organic compounds. Example of volatile organic compounds, some of them are pretty toxic, would be benzene, formaldehyde, acrolein. And I like to think of emissions from wildfire, because I'm a pulmonary physician, like tobacco smoke without the nicotine. And we all know how nasty tobacco smoke is for health. There are also secondary air pollutants. There's secondary organic aerosol that's generated from wildfires, as well as ozone, because oxides of nitrogen are an important precursor for ozone. And in some of the hot, sunny days when we have bad wildfires, we also have bad ozone. So the campfire, of course, has been mentioned already today and is a focus of a lot of concern because it took out the town of Paradise. So this is showing Paradise burning, and you can see a car and structure burning. So when man-made materials burn, a lot of toxic materials are developed. And This is just showing that plume that Dr. Wakamoto just mentioned, satellite photo of the plume going down the northern Central Valley from Butte County down to the San Francisco Bay and down actually into the San Joaquin Valley. So when buildings and vehicles burn, we have structural fire smoke, which contains toxic materials such as hydrogen cyanide, hydrochloric acid, phosgene, which was a war chemical, metals, toluene, styrene, dioxins, really nasty stuff. And, you know, while structural firefighters wear Scott air packs with tanks of fresh air. Unfortunately, wildland firefighters can't wear this kind of protective equipment because it's just impractical for wildland firefighting. So the Sonoma Napa fires of 2017, the Thomas Fire of Southern California in 2017, the Camp Fire, they caused many buildings and motor vehicles to burn. So local residents, like those in the Coffee Park neighborhood of Santa Rosa or Chico, downwind from Paradise, were exposed to more than wood smoke. What exactly they were exposed to, we need more research on. So just a little bit about smoke emissions and deposition in the respiratory tract. For gases, it's all about water solubility because the airway lining fluid is very laden with water. And so highly soluble gases deposit in the larger airways, they tend to be very irritating, like ammonia. And ammonia is one of the emissions from fires. Less soluble gases like phosgene make it all the way down to the deep lung because they're not irritating, but they cause really nasty effects in the deep lung. For particles, it's size that matters. And this cartoon from the US EPA shows a human hair, that's about 60 microns in diameter. And then fine particles, PM2.5, you hear a lot about that in the media, they make it down all the way into the deep lung. And then on the fine particles, or part of the fine particle fraction are ultrafine particles that are so small they can make it into the bloodstream. Now, I was asked to talk about vulnerable populations, and Dr. Wakamoto already teed this up. So young children whose lungs and other organ systems are still developing, older adults where there's already deterioration of organ systems, persons with pre-existing respiratory and cardiovascular disease. So that would be people with asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, ischemic heart disease, which causes heart attacks, or people at risk for strokes. And then pregnant women, adverse birth outcomes are an important outcome with regard to wildfire smoke and WUI smoke. Low-income people of color are perhaps at greatest risk. And then, of course, outdoor workers, who are often low-income people of color, either farm workers or construction workers, for example. So this slide is the only study data I'm going to show. It recently came out from a group at Scripps. And what was important about this study was that it showed that fine particulate matter from wildfire smoke might be more toxic in terms of respiratory health in children than non-wildfire smoke PM2.5. And so this study examined the associations between wildfire-specific PM2.5 and pediatric respiratory health during 2011 to 2017 with regard to San Diego County fires compared to other sources of PM2.5. And the bottom line was this study showed that wildfire smoke PM2.5 was about 10 times more potent than non-wildfire PM2.5 in terms of causing pediatric respiratory healthcare utilization. And this study from Marshall Burke at Stanford refers to the bad month we had in Northern California last summer from the middle of August to the middle of September. And the baseline here is not zero. The baseline is the 2015, 2019 average PM 2.5. So everything above the line is an exceedance of what the usual pollutant might be, pollutant levels. And you can see we had very high exceedances during that nasty month. And Marshall Burke's group estimated between 1,200 and 3,000 excess deaths, mostly of older people with pre-existing heart and lung disease during that month. So other health outcomes, this is based on what we know about PM 2.5 in general, not wildfire smoke specific PM 2.5. Adverse birth outcomes like low birth weight, possibly preterm birth as well. Mental health, Dr. Wakamoto already mentioned. Then there's the issue of what chronic effects from recurrent exposures might cause or be associated with. We don't really have the data for wildfire specific PM 2.5, but based on the non-wildfire PM 2.5 literature, which is really quite robust. And again, this is another US EPA cartoon about size. Metabolic outcomes like diabetes and obesity have been associated with chronic exposure to PM 2.5. Cognitive decline in old people like me, and neurodevelopmental impairment in children, decreased lung function growth in children, health of pregnant mothers. So in summary, the smoke from wildfires contain multiple toxicants, both in the particle and gas phases, and there's the structural component from WUI fires. Vulnerable populations include young children, persons with heart and lung disease, pregnant women, outdoor workers. Acute respiratory effects are well documented, but there's new studies, including some from California, that suggest acute cardiovascular effects. This means out of hospital cardiac arrests, heart attacks, and exacerbations of asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Other health effects are expected based on PM 2.5 studies, but we need more about wildfire specific PM 2.5. And it's really long-term effects of high or recurrent exposures that we need to learn more about. And I don't have time to go into it, but the risk of COVID-19 may be increased by wildfire smoke. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. So moving right along, we have our next speaker, who's David Eiselman. He's a professor in residence, community health science at UCLA. David studies community resilience to disaster and trauma mental health. He examines interactions of social and built environment predictors of heat wave mortality and morbidity, behavioral responses to wireless emergency alerts, social cohesion in health, and wildfires in mental health. And he will talk about that last part, mental health and wildfires. So take it away, David.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the introduction, Dr. Wakimoto. So in 2019, the National Academy of Sciences held a workshop on public health implications of the California wildfires, where it was noted that the mental health consequences of wildfires are underappreciated and under-researched. In response, the academies asked me to select some mental health topics for systematic review. And I'm going to talk about two of them. One is the wildfire smoke, and two is community residents who stay behind to fight the wildfires. So let's see. Okay. So the first topic, what are the mental health effects of repeated or persistent ongoing smoke exposure, like John just mentioned? Most of what we know about the mental health effects of wildfires relates to short-term acute exposure to fire on the order of hours to days. Now, there's a lot of research on the acute traumatic mental health effects on people who've had their lives threatened or their homes destroyed by fire. PTSD was mentioned by Dr. Wakimoto. But what about people whose homes and lives are not acutely threatened by the flames? What do we know about the mental health effects of many weeks or even months of wildfire smoke exposure? This is important to understand because, as has been mentioned, wildfire season is starting earlier, lasting longer. fires are increasing in duration and severity, and we're basically teeing up a new kind of fire season with persistent fires producing weeks and months of smoke. So imagine a wildfire season so long and smoky that you're advised to stay indoors most of the season. Last summer's wildfires, as mentioned in California, exposed Californians to weeks and months of smoke. My colleagues in Chico, for instance, experienced almost 2 months of hazardous air quality from the fires upwind. The bushfires that occurred in Australia from September 2019 to February 2020 were so unprecedented in their duration that the time is now called the Black Summer. With months of smoke-filled skies, this Australian writer wrote, "My son is 1 month old. He's never breathed fresh air in his life." So we systematically researched and reviewed all the scientific papers addressing the mental health effects of chronic wildfire smoke exposure that have been written in the last 30 years. Long story short, we found 9 quantitative studies and only a few adequately address the question. For example, there are 9 studies, but a lot of them are really focused on trauma and the mental health framings. And they look at smoke exposure as a trauma, but they combine it with other traumas that people might have had, like having their home threatened. So it's really hard to say what the effects are of the smoke in that case. One of the most helpful set of studies are studies out of Indonesia that have looked at Malaysian haze that drifts over into Indonesia from wildfire and peat burning there. And those studies, though they were of low quality, did show that haze exposure was correlated with psychological and what they called psychosomatic symptoms. And then there's some medical record reviews from California and other countries that are, again, low quality, but did not find an association between smoke exposure and mental health physician diagnoses. But these are really low quality studies, and I don't think help us. It's the qualitative studies that I actually think give us a much more rich sense of the topic. So let me highlight one, which is Dodd's study after a Canadian wildfire season with over 40 days of smoke, in which residents of towns far from the fires but still in that smoke field, were told to stay indoors and avoid outdoor activities for 40 days. They said it was like they lost their summer. They reported loss of outdoor physical activity, reduced social gatherings, isolation from others, less community participation, a feeling of loss of nature, and anxiety and low mood. So I was researching this report last summer in Los Angeles when we were simultaneously living with the smoky skies that John mentioned and under COVID lockdown. This gave me a personal sense of what Dodd was describing, the notion that leaving the house to go into the world outside is fundamentally dangerous. This sums up the fearful and isolating experience of chronic wildfire smoke and, of course, the pandemic. So the reviewed studies do provide us a sense of the mechanisms that may lead to any mental health impact. So these mechanisms may operate at several levels, from the psychological to the social, to the biological, to the spiritual. These long-term fires could affect people's ability to connect socially, to go outside, to exercise, to sleep, to focus and health. There have been studies that show that they impact vasodilation, and they may impact sleep. There may be direct impacts through PM 2.5 that John mentioned. So in conclusion, our understanding of the mental health impacts of smoke is in its infancy, certainly as compared to our understanding of the mental health impacts of fire. Qualitative studies suggest mental health impacts of smoke from repeated and prolonged fires, but the quantitative studies really inadequately address repeated and prolonged fires. So my second topic is the mental health effects experienced by residents who stay and defend, meaning they do not evacuate. Instead, they opt to stay to protect their homes and maybe other homes in the community. This photo was taken a week after the 2018 Woolsey fire in Malibu. Malibu has generations of residents who stay and defend. A study from the US Forest Service found that 11.3% of surveyed residents who had experienced a wildland fire had stayed behind to protect their property and fight the fire. While some residents may learn how to stay and defend their homes, many in fact probably do, most residents are probably not professionally trained in coping with the lingering effects of trauma and may not have ready access to mental health services after a fire. Given that studies of professional wildland firefighters find 10 to 20% report post-traumatic stress symptoms, understanding the mental health effects of community members staying and defending seems important. So we systematically searched and reviewed all the papers in the last 30 years, and we found very few. The Woolsey Fires report was done and was with interviews with a convenience sample of 60 residents of Malibu, most of whom, about 50, had stayed and defended. And the report qualitatively states psychological trauma related issues were apparent among community members, unquote, which according to the first author who I communicated with, refers mostly to community members who had stayed to fight the fire and were interviewed for the report. These impacts, in their estimation, included PTSD, depression, and substance abuse expressed by residents. Unfortunately, the report was not conducted with mental health in mind, so does not include any data on the percentage of participants who noted mental health impacts. Now, our own study done in 2015 on the Wallow Fire in Arizona did include a question. This was a study where the forest had burnt and 5 towns that surround the forest, separated though from each other. We interviewed people in all 5 towns. We asked one question. During the Wallow Fire, did you do anything to actively defend your home from fire or smoke damage, such as activate an external sprinkler system, extinguish burning embers on or near your home, or hose down your roof? And this one question on active defense, a positive response to it, was associated with twice the odds of a mental health disorder. Now, however, these findings are clearly limited, since that single question does not adequately capture the experience of staying and defending. For instance, it's quite possible that residents took action to protect their home, such as turning on a sprinkler system, even when flames were not in the immediate area. So in conclusion, no study provides quantitative information that directly addresses the mental health impact of community member firefighters. The Forest Service study and the Woolsey Fire report indicate that this practice is higher than commonly recognized. Given what we know about the trauma of fighting a fire, this is a major gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to shift gears a little bit. Our next speaker is Michelle Newcomer. She's a research scientist at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. Michelle's research interest focuses on topics in hydrology, groundwater, climate, and biogeochemistry. She is currently leading a large-scale long-term watershed approach to understanding watershed changes after fires in a West Coast US watershed impacted by multiple and compounding fires each year. She will talk about hydrology, watersheds, and water quality after wildfires. So Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wakamoto. So my name is Michelle Newcomer, and I am a research scientist at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Today, I'm going to talk about wildfire impacts on water resources. At Berkeley Lab, we are conducting state-of-the-art science to advance a mechanistic understanding of interactions among wildfires, ecosystems, carbon cycle, hydrology, and climate. Fire is a broad theme at Berkeley Lab and includes research related to causes of wildfire, such as climate change, ignition sources, fuel buildup, and forest management, the impacts of wildfire on ecosystem response, water resources, air quality, and greenhouse gas emissions is a second broad theme. Berkeley Lab is also investing in new technologies for indoor wildfire smoke filtration devices and advanced in situ woody biomass conversion. An important concept in our research is that watersheds govern water availability and water quality. Watersheds not only have rivers, but they have interconnecting groundwaters. So any change to the landscape from fires will impact the chemical quality and quantity of water in streams and groundwater because the surface water and groundwater are connected. Fires can also liberate natural chemical constituents such as mercury, which can harm drinking water systems and fuel algal blooms downstream. After fires, runoff going directly into streams can increase, but in some cases, the infiltration component can also increase. So once these chemical elements reach groundwater, however, they can remain a problem for decades. I highlight the importance of groundwater surface water interactions because of the pressing need to sustainably manage drinking water resources in California, and to emphasize that these two water bodies are connected and can exchange contaminants. An important consideration is that contaminants may arrive in the stream from the groundwater decades later. And what we don't know is where are they moving and when will they reach the stream? At what point is the stream broadly reflecting the groundwater? And can biogeochemical interactions across this interface effectively buffer that change? So consider this photo here of Paradise, California. I took this photo 4 months after the Camp Fire. Multiple rain events had already occurred by this time, with so much burn material and debris remaining on the landscape. This is also an environmental justice concern, since the most vulnerable communities often use groundwater as their main drinking water source. In one study by 2 LBNL colleagues, they used a high-performance computing watershed model to understand changes in surface water and groundwater after fires. They found that in some cases, groundwater storage can increase following fire, which can lead to greater stream flow during summer. DOE investments in supercomputing resources for California watershed scale models such as these are incredibly important tools to understand and predict the state's water resources and other topics such as looking at slope stability and risk of landslides. In another example of my own research, within days of the Tubbs and the Nuns fire in 2017 in Sonoma and Napa counties, I worked with Sonoma Water and collaborators at the U.S. Geological Survey to lead and launch the first nested hierarchical watershed scale investigation of wildfire impacts on water quality. This work specifically addresses the research question of how these multiple and compounding fires will impact future water supply and water quality. I was already working with Sonoma on water resource questions before the fires. And so after the fires, we rapidly pivoted our research to use DOE watershed measurements and modeling capabilities to explore the vulnerability and resilience to wildfire. This work is also being developed for CAL FIRE watershed wildfire protocols. Our state-of-the-art science is informing decision-making at Sonoma Water, where this groundwater and surface water is their main drinking water source. In the Russian River watershed in Northern California, 30% of the watershed has burned since 2017, shown on this map here. And this has been from fires occurring every single year. Despite the catastrophic nature and extent of these fires occurring year after year, we find little evidence of fire-related shifts in hydrology, nutrients, metals, microbial communities, and we are finding remarkable resiliency of the system to buffer these changes. Here is a quick glimpse of some of what we are finding. This figure shows differences in trends of different chemical constituents before and after the fires. These are increasing trends and these are decreasing trends. Now, and this indicates whether or not the fires are statistically significant shift to those trends. Alkalinity, for example, has generally increased, while chloride has generally decreased. Nitrate and mercury have remained relatively unchanged, indicating the significant buffering capacity of this watershed. Our group is developing novel science approaches to identify first important indicators of post-fire watershed resilience and developing new methods for contamination detection using new statistical tools and new laboratory protocols. A commonality across all of our projects at Berkeley Lab is that we actively inform stakeholders and policymakers on management practices to mitigate wildfire impacts. We partner with federal, state, and local agencies to collaboratively conduct research based on needs. These activities include LB&L scientists briefing congressional staffers and energy utilities, a DOE podcast related to the future of water and wildfire panels at the AAAS meeting, and a briefing to state legislative staffers on wildfire impacts. I encourage you to please reach out to me with questions and also visit our website shown here, which showcase some of our work. Thank you.
I believe Roger has disconnected, so one moment, everyone.
Shall we go ahead and introduce the next speaker?
I think that's a good idea.
Right. Allison, I'm sorry I don't have your bio, but I'm delighted to introduce you as our fourth panelist in this panel. Dr. Allison Aiken is from Los Alamos National Laboratory, who will speak more about the nanoparticles in soot and wildfire smoke. Go ahead, Allison.
Allison, you are on mute.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Teresa, for the introduction and the opportunity to speak today at this very important wildfire symposium for not only the state of California, but I would also argue the nation as a whole. So I am at Los Alamos National Laboratory, and we have been studying the trace gases and aerosols, the small particles, or the fine PM mass, as has been referred to earlier, from wildfire emissions for over a decade now. I'd like to thank everybody and our programs and sponsors and the opportunity to speak today. At Los Alamos, we have the Center for Aerosol Gas Forensic Experiments, which we call the CAFE. We have been focused on integrating laboratory experiments on biomass burning with field measurements, those being ambient measurements and also field deployments, looking at wildfire aerosol and trace gas emissions. Our expertise lies in high time resolution measurements, and we are able to probe down into single particle statistics to understand dynamic plume chemistry and changes within the atmosphere. Our measurements include physical size distributions, optical properties, and as I mentioned, chemistry. We're heavily focused on the soot and the organics and the inorganic fractions as they are condensing onto the soot particles within the atmosphere and as they are transported as well. We traditionally couple our expertise with filter-based methods for different kinds of impacts and studies. Some of those have been to understand biases in filter-based methods. Others have been to conduct offline analysis in terms of bulk chemical quantification measured within our laboratory, in addition to new collaborations that we have looking at health effects and toxicity within our UC Fees partners and projects. So at Los Alamos, in terms of our biomass burning experiment setup, we have a combustion stove where we can look at more open source burning experiments, as were showed earlier. We also have a high temperature furnace. It's a controlled measurement capability where we can get to higher temperatures and are better able to control our measurements for emission factors and emission ratios of the trace gases that are very important to understand how much of both the particles and the trace gases are emitted from different kinds of fuels. We traditionally look at single source fuel types and also can separate them by plant structure as well. And we look at the optical properties and the trace gas emissions to understand whether the burn is in a flaming conditions or smoldering conditions or has transitioned between the two. Once again, I think the earlier presentation for showing some of the complexities that can happen even in a controlled burning system. We conduct these kind of experiments, as I mentioned, to try to understand the differences that we observe in the atmosphere when we sample a fresh emission source and when we sample something that has been transported long distances in the atmosphere. Our laboratory experiments allow us to bridge that gap. We also have a novel instrument to look at optical properties and water uptake as it relates to cloud drop formation. We know that soot can deposit very deeply in the lung based on some of the earlier presentations and is very important for human health. And so some examples that we have seen of different kinds of soot particles from wildfire emissions are shown on the right. And this is important in that it's from a fresh wildfire, and there's already a large variability in the different kinds of particles being emitted directly at the source. And we can classify based on their size, fractal dimension, and also the chemistry to understand which particles would, for example, include trace metals, which particles would have large amounts of organics that might be important for oxidative stress, such as polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. There also, I want to point out, is a lot less known about some of the other carcinogens that are related to the firefighting techniques. And also, we are now going to be starting to looking at bioaerosol production as those occur from wildfires as well. Here's an example of a plume that we sampled in our laboratory that was transported many hundreds of kilometers from another state. And we were able to sample with aerosol mass spectrometry the different coatings on the soot and the different chemistries that were present. In terms of the plume aging and transport within the atmosphere, as we mentioned, can be very important dependent upon the fuel type and then also the conditions of the burn and where these particles are even transported as well, so that it is possible for someone to be adversely impacted by these particles in a very different way than they would be near the source. You can see within the plot of the elemental ratios on the bottom right that as sampled in the most concentrated part of the plume, we saw a lot of chemical signatures that you would see nearby at the source, those being your more carbonaceous species and levoglucosan, and at the less dense areas of the plume that had undergone more oxidation and photochemistry, different kinds of organic coatings are present on those particles, similar to the images shown in the earlier slide. So in addition to the measurement capabilities, we are now integrated with wildfire plume dynamic models. We have a large project integrating our field measurements and experimental measurements on the chemical changes and the water uptake changes that can be used within a plume dynamics model. As has been mentioned throughout the day, different types of fuels and moistures are going to totally affect the way these fuels burn and what kinds of particles and trace gases are emitted. And so certainly the particles that are going to be lofted high into the atmosphere in terms of the pyrocumulus clouds are going to be very different from those that are transported closer to the surface. And so we have a project looking at those different chemistries at Los Alamos right now. And then we also are very interested in trying to understand more about these particles and trace gases that are emitted from man-made fuels. And this is one of our key focus areas with our project with UC Davis, where now in addition to burning these natural fuels, we're also looking at man-made construction materials. And we're focused on home construction, such as plywood, flooring, and then also looking at fabrics as well, to try to understand how do the particles and trace gases look different, how are the emission ratios different, and what other new pieces of information can we provide that are not available already in the literature, such as, for example, emission ratios of formaldehyde to carbon monoxide for these fuels that are important for the WUI. So I feel the time has gone incredibly quickly, and I'm very looking forward to the questions and the question and answer section that we have next. But we find that there's a lot of knowns and unknowns at the WUI, and from our research, we know that there's a lot of variability and changes in terms of size, chemistry of the particulates. And so when we look at just a total mass concentration, that can tell us that there's a lot of wildfire smoke in the area, and it's very important for human health impacts, but it's possible that those measures might be different for certainly for different fuel types. And as showed earlier, it's been implicated that wildfire emissions are likely to be much more toxic than just combustion sources, which we know a lot more about traditionally. So for example, on the bottom right, we have some examples from our formaldehyde emission ratio measurements that we've started making, where you can see that there's a lot larger variability from the man-made fuels than there are in the wildland fuels. In addition, there's also a much higher emission ratio. And so for things that have already been identified by, say, the EPA as chemical specific toxics, such as formaldehyde, we need better data on these from our controlled experiments, I think, to help understand the measurements that will be made in the field, and to try to understand where the impacts are the largest.
Okay. So I deeply apologize. Zoom does not like me. It unceremoniously kicked me out of this entire webinar, so I apologize for that. But I will say that Allison, and thank you so much, is a research scientist in the Earth and Environmental Sciences Division at Los Alamos. And she already gave her talk, so you now know what her background is. So can I have the panelists all to come back? Let's see, are we missing Dave? Oh, okay, everyone's here. So we do have some time for questions. And of course, John put the bomb question in there with a teaser. So I've got to ask John, and that is, everyone's concerned about smoke and COVID-19. Is this smoke going to really enhance our ability to catch COVID-19? I know that's a common question asked by a lot of people. So John, you threw that out there and you said, I don't have time to talk about it, but you got to spend at least a few seconds talking about it.
Thank you, Roger. Well, I predicted last year when media people asked me that wildfire smoke exposures would increase the risk of both infection with the coronavirus and COVID-19 outcomes. And there's a paper that's in press that I've already been reached out to by media from the Harvard group that Francesco Dominici leads, which showed that in Fresno and Alameda counties in California, there were increased deaths due to COVID-19 in conjunction with wildfire smoke exposures. There's also a paper from Nevada that showed something similar. So based on what we knew about wildfire smoke and lower respiratory tract infections, other than the novel coronavirus, we expected there to be increased risk. And in fact, it looks like that was the case.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to summarize what I saw in the Q&A as just a ton of questions about people that are indoors and they're saying, you know, how safe am I? I've got an air conditioner, I've got a HEPA filter, I may even have an N95, but can you guys help me here in terms of how, you know, how worried should I be?
Well, I'll go first because I get asked about this all the time. So one thing is public health agencies and air quality management district folks need to speak with a single voice on this. That's been a problem. I think the state's doing a better job of trying to get people to speak more clearly. But basically, staying indoors is the first important step. And creating a clean space indoors if you have central ventilation that will tolerate a MERV 13 filter, that's the best thing to do. And then for any given room, you can use a HEPA air cleaner. And you know, my wife has asthma exacerbated by wildfire smoke, and we do both. We have a MERV 13 filter in our central ventilation system because we have an old home in Berkeley that smoke gets into. And then we have portable HEPA filters in each room that we spend a lot of time in, mostly our dining room and our bedroom. And when she goes outside, if she must, she wears an N95. And an aside, the N95s that you can wear for wildfire smoke are the ones with the exhalation valves. They're actually more comfortable than a straight N95. Those straight N95s, you know, weren't approved in terms of coronavirus, you know, transmission, but they work fine for wildfire smoke. But unfortunately, we still have the pandemic.
Okay, anyone else want to add any comments before going on to the next question?
I would just add, I think on top of what John just said, that we really need to think about approaches that will be useful to low-income communities living on the WUI, where unfortunately they won't have the resources to do the upgrades that John has described, I think. And, you know, we heard a little bit from CARB about clean air spaces, you know, which is, we look forward to any evaluation about that pilot. You know, this idea seems to me somewhat like the heat shelters that we have during extreme heat events, which while no one wants to stand them down, they do have a role, are underutilized. We know that. So we have to think about how do we message to communities to take protection? Will people adopt the protections we message about? And what will make it easier for them and harder for them to adopt those protections?
Okay, thank you so much. I've been sort of prodded to talk a little bit more about my background in tornado research and how it applies to what we're facing here. And so I'll give you a couple examples and just throw it out to anybody that wants to try to answer. We've had examples of near perfect forecasts. Warnings went out, major tornadoes come into the city, and yet a lot of people died. And this is sort of going back to the social behavioral issues. It's because people didn't react to the warnings in a way that forecasters thought they would. So here they had built this, what they thought was an infallible infrastructure system, and people didn't respond. The other example I'll give to you is a very devastating tornado that occurred in Moore City. This goes to resilience. Hit 2 public schools, and there were a few children that died in those schools. And you would think of any state that would be resilient to tornadoes as Oklahoma. They had no storm shelters. They had not taken the time to build the storm shelters, yet everyone understands that they're important for a resilient community. So how do we address these sort of things, whether it's smoke, whether it's water? This is people's behaviors, and we could do the best we can, and then there's just inertia going on here. Who wants to take that?
I'll start the conversation with that. I have done research on evacuation and on behaviors and disasters, not on evacuations and fires. And there is some specific research at university at UC from Louise Comfort and colleagues on that. But in general, I think there's one important part that is very hard to overcome unless we take more effort on a community level, which is that a lot of people just, our brains, human brains, don't think of risk on a long-term risk on a day-to-day level. We put other things in front of us. The stresses and strains of daily life are more important. So we don't get around to doing all the things we need to do to prepare for disasters or fire safe our homes. We put it off. Or we feel for some reason that we're safe and we'll be okay. And so what studies have shown, though, is that community approaches that engage communities, that provide them the resources and the help to get prepared can make a real difference. And so I think we need more of these sort of less individualized messaging and more community approaches to helping people, including, and most importantly, people who are really very vulnerable and aren't going to be able to help themselves in some ways, like people in mobile homes and trailer parks, people who share one car for a family of 5 or 6, people with extended families. You really have to think beyond the nuclear family, beyond the middle class nuclear family especially.
And since agencies are here, what can anyone here want to tackle? What can agencies do to sort of tackle these problems we're talking about?
So Roger, I'll add some comments here. I'll give a perspective from my own research experience and dealing with the wildfires in Sonoma and Napa. And I work directly with the water agency there called Sonoma Water. I think of it as a critical part of our ability to adapt in this changing climate is that we have to learn to live and coexist with fire. And that means understanding what makes our landscapes resilient and being able to actively research and sample and know how our landscapes are changing. You can think about the work that I did. We had a group that was ready to respond to that fire. And we were ready to respond because we had those relationships established with the water agency. So we were able to sample within days of those fires. And so I see the fire readiness groups having the research capabilities, able to deploy quickly, go out to the landscape, sample waters and groundwaters and the watershed in its entirety. I think that will go very far in helping with the resiliency aspect and making our landscapes as well as our communities more resilient.
Thank you. Anyone else want to make a quick response? Because I see Teresa's back joining us.
I'll just be quick, Roger and Teresa. As the physician member of the Air Resources Board, CARB didn't pay that much attention to wildfire smoke until recently. And now, as you heard from Elizabeth Sheila, we're paying attention to it. And it's really important, as I said before, that state agencies speak with one voice in terms of the public health messaging, because otherwise people just get confused. And an example was during the bad air quality from the Camp Fire, Sacramento County said that N95 shouldn't be worn because they might cause health problems for people with pre-existing heart and lung disease. The exact people that should be wearing N95s, they have to go out. And then Sacramento City was passing out free N95s at fire department and libraries. So that's kind of the confusion that we need to avoid.
Yeah, there's still a lot of work and coordination that needs to be done. Thank you so much. I think it's almost exactly 55 minutes. So we're on schedule. This was a great session, and I turn it back over to Teresa.
Thank you very much, Roger. Panelists, great presentations. Excuse me. Oh, I was on mute. My apologies. Thank you, Roger. Panelists, great presentations. You raised a number of research questions, actually, that I jotted down, so I hope to catch up with you later. Thank you all for being here. Now for our final panel, let's talk about other solutions. Today, I'm pleased to introduce to you the next moderator, Dr. Wendy Powers. She is Associate Vice President for Agriculture and Natural Resources. Let me turn it over to you, Wendy.
Great, thanks, Teresa. Well, we're in the final stretch. Thanks everyone for sticking it out with us. Terrific discussions, and I think this last panel will be of particular interest as well. Within the UCA in our portfolio is UC Cooperative Extension, where discovery is translated into practice. So I'm especially pleased to introduce this third and final panel that's going to focus on strategies for the WUI. In this panel session, we'll have 4 panelists that represent the leading minds in development of strategies to be implemented within the WUI. And they will address topics such as community planning and structural materials, which I noticed was requested earlier in the Q&A pod. In addition to their comments, we do want to hear from you, your ideas, as well as your questions. And we'll have time following the panelists' presentations for them to discuss your ideas. So please go ahead and share your ideas and your questions in the Q&A pod as we move throughout. With that, I want to introduce our first panelist, Lania Quinn Davidson. Lania is a fire advisor with UC Cooperative Extension based on the North Coast of California. And I believe she is our only fire advisor who spends the whole of her work addressing fire. In her role, she works on a range of fire-related issues, but Lania's passion is prescribed fire, and I think you'll see that come through in her comments. She works locally to build capacity on public and private lands within prescribed fire, but she also works statewide on policy efforts and inspiring and supporting community-based burning. Nationally, Lania is recognized in prescribed fire training, including where I think she really shines, an initiative focused on women and other underrepresented groups who work in fire. So with that, Lania, we're excited to hear your comments.
Well, thank you so much, Wendy, for the lovely introduction. I'm going to share my screen. How does that look? You see that?
Yeah, perfect.
Looks great.
Okay, great. So as Wendy mentioned, I am a fire advisor with the University of California Cooperative Extension, and my primary passion and focus really is on prescribed fire, or the intentional use of fire as a tool. And I'm sure many of you have noticed that prescribed fire has been receiving a lot of attention over the years. And, you know, in my decade working on this, I've never seen so much attention and momentum around prescribed fire as I've seen in the last year. But I really think we're at a critical juncture in this work, and we're realizing we can't just do more of what we have been doing. We actually have to start doing things differently and you know, rethinking our approaches. It's time for us to be provocative around prescribed fire and innovative, and really to check our assumptions and our approach both to fire and prescribed fire. So I structured this presentation around some of the most common questions and assumptions that I encounter in my work on this. And I'm hoping it inspires some good conversation and some new thinking and maybe some more nuanced thinking around prescribed fire as we move forward, trying to make California more fire resilient. So I think we're used to thinking about prescribed fire in wildlands. And you know, in general across California, we understand that the state is fire adapted, that fire has a role, and that prescribed fire is going to be really important for bringing back balance to our forests and to our woodlands and our grasslands and, you know, all the places that have evolved with fire. So I think our collective comfort with prescribed fire is really at an all-time high right now in California, which is really wonderful for this work. But what about the WUI? You know, this session is focused on the WUI, and I think there are a lot of questions about prescribed fire being appropriate in the wildland-urban interface. Many people assume prescribed fire is not possible or not safe around homes and communities. And so, you know, I just want to share that it really is one of the best tools we have in these areas. And I think that the WUI should be a primary focus of our prescribed fire work in California right now. Prescribed fire is one of the only treatments that actually consumes and removes the fine fuels that often drive fire behavior. So from a fuels treatment effectiveness standpoint, it's hugely important. And it's also very cost effective and very ecologically appropriate in many parts of California. Not all, but in a lot. And we have a lot of really great examples of prescribed fire being used in the wildland urban interface, both here in California and across the country. I think one of the best examples of prescribed fire in the WUI is in Florida, which leads the country with, sometimes more than 2 million acres of prescribed fire annually. And much of that is in the wildland-urban interface. If any of you have traveled in Florida, or maybe some of you have even burned in Florida, you're often right near homes. You're seeing smoke right behind a grocery store in the back 40 on private property. Prescribed fire is part of the culture there, and it's really integrated in and amongst human habitation. So it's a great example and somewhere we should really be looking to understand the role of prescribed fire in the WUI. Now, farther west, we have some other really great examples of WUI-based prescribed fire programs, places like Ashland, Oregon, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Austin, Texas, Incline Village, where they're actually using prescribed fire right up against multi-million-dollar homes for fire protection. And in my little corner of California, we have some really wonderful examples as well. So we have the town of Weaverville, which is in Trinity County, where I grew up, and a great example of a place where a prescribed fire that was implemented in the community forest right adjacent to town was able to protect the town during a wildfire in the following year. We also have the example of the community of Orleans, which is in the Klamath Mountains, kind of in the mid-Klamath area, where they're using prescribed fire on private lands to protect those places from adjacent national forest lands where the fire threat is kind of surrounding the community. So as we invest more in prescribed fire, we really need to be thinking about and prioritizing WUI areas. Looking to those community leaders in the places I just talked about, and to these other states where they have great models for this and can really provide some inspiration for our work here in California. But I think another important thing that this brings up, and that people like me who talk all the time about prescribed fire, we do need to recognize that prescribed fire isn't the silver bullet that's going to solve California's fire problems. It's really important to know that prescribed fire needs to be part of a larger package of fire adaptation strategies that are both at the home, community, and the larger landscape scale. So things like home hardening and managed wildfire are going to be really important complements to prescribed fire. And it was great to hear Jessica Morse say that, and some of the other speakers spoke to that as well. And I think on this panel, we're going to hear about some of those other adaptation strategies that fit so perfectly with prescribed fire in that WUI environment. So one of the other things that I think is really important and that keeps coming up, as we think about increasing the pace and scale of prescribed fire, it's this question of acres. And both in the media and within state level leadership, I think there's just been a very singular focus on acres as both a metric of success for prescribed fire and also kind of a metric of failure around wildfire. And I want to push back on that idea. I think it's really important, both in terms of wildfire and prescribed fire, that we take a more nuanced view and not just always focus on acres. I think in the context of wildfire, we need to be thinking about how fires are actually burning and what those look like on the landscape, and how we can use wildfire footprints as areas to go back in and do follow-up treatments, or to use as leverage points for prescribed fire and other active management. In terms of prescribed fire, I think there are a lot of other metrics that would be more helpful for us to understand if we're actually making progress in California. It's really not about the quantity of prescribed fire acres, it's about the quality. So I'd like to propose, just through some of the work that I do, some better metrics for thinking about prescribed fire. We really need to be investing in the people and the organizations that are leading and innovating in this arena. And we need to be using prescribed fire really strategically to protect the things that we care about. So our homes and our communities and our most beloved landscapes and watersheds. 1,000 acres of prescribed fire really doesn't mean much if it's not thoughtful and well-placed and well-timed. So instead of acres, I propose we really focus on some of these metrics. What about the number of people that are trained and employed in this? Do we have a sufficient workforce to do the work that needs to happen? It was really great to hear Assemblymember Quirk bring that up earlier. Do we have the capacity to do the work that we're putting the money toward? How many burn bosses are we certifying? We're just this year rolling out a new state certification for burn bosses. And that photo on the bottom right-hand corner is the first cohort of folks that have gone through that program. I hosted that class, the very first inaugural class here in Humboldt County in May. And we need to be really focusing our attention on training and certification of these private folks who can do this work. How many projects are we doing? Who cares about acres? It should really be about, how many projects are we planning and are ready to implement? And how many prescribed burn associations and community-based efforts and equipment caches are scattered across the state so that this work can happen? Also very important to this are the structural changes within the state. So are we providing liability protections like those that are in the proposed Senate Bill 332? Hugely important for advancing this work. Are we able to take some of this huge budget that we have and put it toward a prescribed fire claims fund so that there's some insurance for the people doing this work? What other kinds of regulatory relief and support can we provide? And how many partners do we have doing this? Are we putting all of our eggs in a couple baskets, or are we going to spread this out and really try to work collaboratively? So those are the metrics that I think we should focus on. And if we invest in people and build capacity, the acres will follow. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is just the role of communities in prescribed fire. And, I think for a long time, we've assumed in California that the only people who can be involved in prescribed fire work are fire professionals. There's really a movement afoot in California right now that's calling that into question and reminding us that prescribed fire originated as the tool of the people. Native Americans used it for millennia. Ranchers, community members have always been leaders in prescribed fire. And in many cases, our fire agencies are kind of newer to this. We all have a lot to learn. So in the last several years here in California, landowners, community members, tribes, cultural practitioners have started to reclaim their space in the prescribed fire world, forming prescribed burn associations, working on policy, and really helping all of us think outside the box about who gets to be part of the solution. So these community-based groups are critical if we think about the wildland-urban interface and the need to have landowners and communities engaged in this work. There's so much potential there because they're the ones who are invested long-term in the health and resilience of their landscape. So it makes sense for them to be leaders and partners in this work. This map shows the locations of the various groups that have formed just in the last few years. We formed California's first prescribed burn association here up in Humboldt County in the North Coast in 2018. And the interest and momentum has just exploded across the state since then. It's been amazing. So this map would have been mostly blank in just a few years ago. And we've seen so much momentum. So there's just a lot of energy around this, and it's really exciting and inspiring. And I think we in UC are really lucky and honored to be leading and supporting this work around the state. We have the trust and the relationships and really the passion to make this happen. So with that, I'll go ahead and close, and I look forward to the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much for those comments, Lenya. Our next presenter is Dr. Miguel Barbado, who is a professor of structural engineering and structural mechanics in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at UC Davis. He's also the co-director of the UC Davis Climate Adaptation and Research Center. Miguel is an expert in both traditional and innovative construction methodologies and materials with particular emphasis on sustainability. And he's active in the assessment and mitigation of different natural hazards for the built environment, including earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, and wildfires. So thank you, Miguel. We look forward to your comments.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Wendy, for the nice introduction. And thank you, everybody, for this opportunity to discuss some of the exciting work on wildfire resilient construction that we are doing at UC Davis. I hope you can all see my slides. Just wanted to make sure before I continue.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So as it was discussed earlier this morning by several of the panelists, catastrophic wildfires are happening with increasing frequency, and you can see from the data that I'm reporting in this slide how the overall losses, the acres burned, the number of structures that are damaged or destroyed, and life losses are really increasing and reaching terrible levels. Unfortunately, things are expected to get even worse, and that is due to a combination of higher hazard that is induced by mainly climate change, but also higher vulnerability as we keep building more and more in the WUI. And so one of the components of our built environment that deserves particular attention is obviously our housing stock, as houses are particularly vulnerable to wildfires. And we need to understand, first of all, how and why houses burn. And this also was discussed already before, but I think it's useful to reiterate. Because once we understand these, we can try to resolve the issues and build wildfire resilient houses. And in terms of fire ignition, houses can be attacked by wildfires through three main mechanisms. The first mechanism is the direct contact with flames, generally produced by surface fires. It's driven by flammable or combustible material that are close to a house. And this mechanism, as it was shown before, can be mitigated with, I would say, relative ease by making sure that a house is surrounded by a sufficient clear defensible space. The second mechanism is heat radiation. This is generally produced by the crown fires. And in this case, again, a properly landscaped defensible space, a little bit larger this time, of about 100 feet around the house, generally provides a sufficient protection from ignition. The third mechanism is the most insidious one, the ember attacks due to wind-driven fire brands. These embers can accumulate on the roofs, in crevices, in the space between the walls and the foundations. They can go through vents, door frames, and other openings. Fundamentally, firebrands will find the weakest spot in a house envelope, will penetrate inside the house, and will literally burn it from the inside. To mitigate ember attacks, we need to harden the house. And a lot of the focus in the building codes has been on making houses and buildings that are ignition resistant. That means that these buildings can delay the fire ignition in the hope that the wildfire will pass through before burning down the house. This philosophical decision is really because wildfire-resistant houses are generally considered too expensive. And in fact, currently only a few custom-made houses are built using completely non-combustible materials. That's where our research comes into play, because we are looking at an ancient technology that can be used to solve this modern problem of sustainable, wildfire-safe, affordable housing. This technology is earthen construction, which is more than 10,000 years old, and that's being used almost everywhere in the world, as you can see from some of the images that I'm reporting here. In particular, we are looking at a technology that is called compressed and stabilized earth blocks, in which soil, water, and the chemical stabilizer like cement or lime are mixed and compressed to fabricate blocks, as you can see in this video of our students. Once you have fabricated these blocks, you can use them to build the wall and houses that are non-combustible. This technology is sustainable. The material is natural, is locally available. It requires very little energy for construction. It has fantastic thermal insulation properties, and it naturally maintains healthy indoor humidity, and also is completely recyclable. We have tested our designs against strong winds from hurricanes, windborne debris impact for tornadoes, shaking of earthquakes, heavy rains, and now we are testing it also against wildfires. And one of the very important things is that this technology is very affordable, because the material, the base material, is virtually free. It's just soil that is locally sourced. which also means lower transportation costs than other construction techniques that requires material from other places. And this material is obviously non-combustible. You can see in this video, you can compare the different behavior of the wood that is typically used for house construction, which is immediately charred by the propane torch, and our earth block that has just a little bit of a change of a color. We have actually tested our blocks in a furnace at very high temperatures, and they were undamaged even after 7 hours of exposure to direct fire at 1800 Fahrenheit temperature. And our research is now focusing on how to make this construction technology cost competitive with the light framed wood construction, so that it can really be available for everybody that who wants to build a fireproof house. In addition, we are also involved with another activity that is the organization of a conference that is unique, is the first of its kind, is the UC Davis Wildfire Resistant Structures Conference and Trade Show. This conference aims to bring together all stakeholders, from researchers to homeowners, to government officials, to industry representatives, and has the goal to offer real-world implementation-ready technologies that can be used to increase the wildfire resilience of our built environment. If you are interested in additional information, you can contact directly me or our wonderful conference coordinator, Olivia Schlanger. And with this, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the question and answer and the discussion with the panelists.
Great. Thank you so much for those comments. Really interesting work. We look forward to having more discussion with you. So our next panelist will be Dr. Max Moritz, who is a statewide wildfire specialist at UC Cooperative Extension and an adjunct professor at the Bren School at UC Santa Barbara. Max's research is really focused on the dynamics and effects of fire regimes at relatively broad scales, including drivers of fire hazard, projections of climate change effects, and home loss studies. His extension activities aim to apply scientific information for sustainable planning and management decisions on fire-prone landscapes. So Max, we look forward to hearing more about your fire studies that inform ecosystem design and management in the WUI.
Thank you, Wendy. Can you see the presentation? Well, thank you, and I appreciate the organizers putting this together and the invitation, and also the participants sticking it out. I'm going to talk today about some of the work in my lab at fairly broad scales, analyzing fire regimes or patterns of repeated fires and the types of fires over relatively broad areas.
Max, before you get too far, for some reason, we're not seeing your screen yet. It says it's sharing, but it hasn't popped up
yet. It says
yet.
It's paused. You're right. I don't know what that means. Let me try it again. How about now?
There it goes.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thanks.
Okay, so yeah, looking at fire regimes and how to model them and quantify fire frequencies, and include human development patterns in this, because humans develop in ways that affect fire activity, and that links back to things that we care about, like home losses and neighborhoods actually being exposed to fire. So if you've had any background or instruction in fire, you'll probably come across this fire regime triangle, which is a useful construct to help us understand how a given fire might behave, the flame lengths, rates of spread, heat release, and how that's driven by fuels, topography, and weather. Now, this is very useful, but when you want to think about longer term or broader landscapes, this doesn't lend itself that well to predicting different kinds of fires and their frequencies. You might adopt a perspective more like this, We have data sets now that span a couple of decades almost for very, very broad scale fire patterns. This is fire marching across the planet monthly for a year. But looking at this, you notice that there's very consistent parts of the planet that are hit by fire every single year, and parts that are, pretty much absent of fire. And this perspective has allowed us to actually tease out which variables are important for driving long-term and broad-scale fire regimes. And what we've learned is that controls kind of fall into three groups. One is fuel productivity, fuel amount, fuel accumulation. The environmental constraints on biomass productivity that provides the resources to burn and how fast that happens. The fire season, there's a set of variables that determine the environmental conditions promoting flammability, right? You have to have a window in time in which whatever is there growing is flammable. And then ignitions. So how all three of these come together. We've called this the fire regime triangle, and it's been very useful in teasing apart past patterns, but also for helping us understand and predict models of future fire activity, particularly under climate change. We've done some of these models at global scales, at continental scales, and the interesting thing about very, very coarse scale models is you can kind of ignore humans. Basically, the climate variables tell the vast majority of the story, but as you zoom in and you look at, say, California, and you're looking at several decades of fire here in orange, these little orange blobs over the different colored ecoregions of the state. We've built models for California and at relatively fine spatial scales, so like a kilometer grid cell resolution. You can't leave humans out. You can't just assume that the climate will tell the whole story about vegetation and how flammable it is. And that's because we have done a lot of things to our landscape, right, at fine scales. This is a look at the power line infrastructure. We've got road networks, we've got housing development at different densities across the landscape. So it turns out when you do finer and finer scale analyses, you have to put these into the model in order to get your models to create reasonable results. We've done this now, and I want to acknowledge CAL FIRE's support for this effort. We've created fire probability models that underpin some of their programs, their actual avoided emissions programs, which target and help identify where fuel treatments might do the best good. But in building these models, we've learned something important. We can break the model sensitivity into the natural variables, the biophysical variables that determine, like I said, fire season length and severity and fuel accumulation rates. And you'll find that you can create maps of how sensitive are fire probabilities to those different natural or biophysical variables. You can also cluster the variables and isolate the sensitivity of the model to the human development related variables. And you actually see that in some places it bumps fire activity up, and in others it bumps it down. And that's actually a pretty consistent result. We have some new work in press right now that has shown that very cleanly, that if you have here on the x-axis housing density, number of homes per hectare on the landscape, and if the y-axis is the sensitivity of fire activity to housing density, you can imagine starting with a landscape at the left here that has very little or almost no homes on it. You increase housing densities and you increase ignition sources, right? And so fire activity goes up and then it peaks and then it comes back down as you go to the right. As you fragment the landscape and have less burnable expanses of vegetation and you have more organized fire suppression, fire probabilities go down. But that's actually not how we develop landscapes, right? We tend to start over here in the urbanized areas and develop kind of, you could call it sprawl, but develop out into the less dense parts of the landscape and actually push fire probabilities up in doing so. And that tells us something important. That tells us that where and how we build is an important lever. Land use planning and urban design are an important lever in actually changing fire frequencies on the landscape, right? So our development drives our exposure and the hazard. Again, looking at the sensitivity of fire probabilities to the natural variables around the Bay Area and then the human variables around the Bay Area. So again, this tells us something pretty important about policy and how we use it. So if we translate this to some guidance, and this is something we do in cooperative extension, it might go something like this: that traditional diffuse development from the more urban core here. We have an example here of kind of sprawl, like these cul-de-sacs, lower density, which has eaten up a lot of this older farm land, which is supposed to be this hatched part of the landscape. Instead of this, we probably want to have more clustered design that it keeps some of that ag buffer, right? Something that's more like this, which is more easily defended by firefighters with fewer resources. It preserves some of this buffered capacity of this ag or green space, however we want to keep it. And overall, this will be a more survivable landscape. We've put some of these together in some guidance, which I'm actually going to hand off to Van to go through. But I'm happy to talk more about it with anybody who's interested.
Great, thank you so much, Max. That was terrific. So our last presenter will be Van Butzik. Dr. Butzik is a cooperative extension specialist at UC Berkeley, where he conducts research and outreach on land use policy in California, with a special focus on both cannabis and wildfire. Today, we're only going to talk about wildfire. So Van, we'll turn it over to you to talk about some of the fire studies in the WUI and their impacts on community design.
Right, so Wendy, just let me know if my screen is not sharing correctly. Otherwise, I'll jump right into it. Okay, so I'm going to jump right off from where Max started, more or less, and primarily talk about landscape design and how we can design new subdivisions in ways that are going to be more fire safe. And we're also going to talk a little bit about places where we can do some retrofitting to help improve safety as well. But before I jump into that, I do want to just take 1 second. If you live in the WUI and you're interested in what you can do to your own house, check out firewise.org and look at all the great resources there. And also within UC Cooperative Extension, come to our website, and we have a lot of great resources about what you can do for your own house. Okay, so moving on to looking at broader scales. We're going to talk about 4 different contexts for risk reduction strategies. And then within each of these contexts, I'm going to give a few sort of pointed recommendations. So the first context we're talking about is the landscape study. So this would be the idea of, okay, we want to develop a new subdivision in California. We want to build some new housing. Where should we put it? And in the research I've done with Max, one thing that we've learned is that it's really important to engage fire professionals and engage planners early on in this process. So something we've heard over and over and over when we've talked to fire professionals in California is that the planners are going along developing a plan, or developers are developing a plan, and the last people they talk to right before they approve it is the firefighters or the fire safety experts, and they say, okay, do we are our roads wide enough? Do we have enough egress and regress from these neighborhoods? But oftentimes the firefighters are not involved from the beginning. And one thing we've learned is that when you can include fire professionals in your planning from the beginning, you get better results. A second risk reduction strategy in the landscape setting is to take advantage of the resources that are already there. California has wonderful fire hazard maps. There's state maps that Max has talked about and that his team has helped develop. Many local governments have their own maps. And yet these are often not used when we're actually developing developments in California. We need to do a better job of using the existing knowledge base and the existing resources we have. And then the final strategic recommendation is to make use of existing landscape features. So for example, if we're going to develop a new subdivision, we might think about putting it next to areas that are not at very high risk for wildfires. So maybe near agricultural lands and preserving some of that agricultural land around the new community versus, for example, putting it in a wildlands in a canyon where fires are likely. This seems like common sense, yet if you look at where new developments are taking place in California, you'll realize that a lot of folks are not following this recommendation. The second context we're going to talk about is separating homes from wildfire sources. The The first recommendation is to use non-flammable amenities in design. We've had a number of people give great discussions on that already today, so I'm going to move on past that one. The second one is to employ safe setbacks. So we all want to live on top of the ridge and we want to look over the ocean or we want to look over the valley. But it turns out it's a lot safer if you just put your house back 20 meters from the top of the ridge. Communities can do this. Communities can set zoning standards that make this a case, and we'd save a lot of homes if we did. And finally, we can make our developments be slightly away from wildland fuels. And I'm going to give a few simple examples of how we can do that. So here's a typical subdivision in Southern California with a golf course. Now, of course, there's lots of subdivisions with golf courses in California, but this one's somewhat unique, as you'll notice that instead of the subdivision going around the golf course is going around the subdivision. This means that there's irrigated green land between the subdivision and the wildlands, which both is high moisture fuel that may stop wildfires, and is also a great area for firefighters to arrive and position themselves between the wildland fuels and the homes. And you can imagine doing things similar to this with, instead of golf courses, having agricultural lands or other irrigated types of things, such as parks. Another way to separate homes from wildlands is by simply not building right on the wildlands, but instead having the road being a buffer between the wildland and the development. So here we can see we have our wildland area, and instead of building homes where the backyards are abutting the wildlands, we actually have a road and then the homes. The developer probably didn't have to give up too much space to do this, may have had to have a few fewer homes, but this is going to, again, give firefighters great access to prevent fires from jumping over the road and give homeowners a little bit of safety compared to if they had backyards abutting the wildlands. A third example, this is also in Southern California, and these homes are abutting the wildlands, although there's a large area where they're not. But we can see there's trails behind the homes, and there's an area where the vegetation is not removed, but it's manipulated. And this is a good example of sort of trying to find the balance between removing all the vegetation and destroying habitat, and also and trying to maintain some of that habitat while also reducing fire risk. So again, a way to separate the homes from wildland fuels. The third landscape context we want to talk about is density management. And this is exactly what Max just led off with. So I'm going to go through this very quickly. But what we know is that when there's few humans, there's few ignitions and few fires. When there's lots and lots of humans, there's less fuel, there's more firefighting, and we can do a good job of suppressing fire. And it's this WUI area in the middle that is difficult. We've done a number of studies. We've done a number of simulation studies in San Diego County. And generally, we showed that the more you can emphasize infill development, the better off you are. I would say one quick point. Throughout today's presentations, I've seen a number of pictures of Coffey Park, which is the area in the Tubbs fire that tragically burned, where you see the houses are very densely stacked. And those pictures are a tragedy. They're also somewhat rare when it comes to WUI wildfires, where most of the fires that burn are actually spaced much wider apart. And this is actually the case for the Tubbs fire as well. Within the Tubbs fire, only about a quarter of the homes that burned were actually at the high density of Coffey Park. About 70% of the homes that burned in the Tubbs fire were at lower densities and at sort of our typical WUI density that we see. And the best practice here is don't leapfrog, right? So if you build one development, build another development right next to it. This is pretty straightforward. Okay, our fourth context is proactive infrastructure. And these are things we can actually do to help in retrofits as well. And the first one is to harden public facilities as places of refuge. The picture here is a school in Australia that's a community shelter. If a severe wildfire hits, people don't need to all get on one road and try to leave town. They can instead come to this community shelter and be safe there. And this is something that the state of California should be considering anytime we are doing renovations to a school, to a hospital, to any big public facility. We should think, should we invest a little bit more money in this and try to make it a refuge of last resort and a place that people can go during wildfires. A second option is putting power lines underground where feasible. Of course, in California, the big debate is what do we mean by feasible? I don't think I'm going to get into that now. And then final thing we suggest is we can augment the water requirements for homes. So people in California can store water at their home that can be used by firefighters in the event of a wildfire. Those are the list of recommendations. I have one other subject I want to touch on in 1 minute, and that is what happens after the fires. So in California, there's actually limited research on how communities recover. And I think this is an area that we need to emphasize more in the future. But what we do know is that after a wildfire, almost all the homes in California get rebuilt. And typically in these areas, new homes are also developed. So that if you count new constructions, most fire perimeters contain more buildings 5 years after the fire than they did before the fire. I don't have a solution to this. And in fact, as we know, if you build enough homes and you have very high density, this could be a good way to have fire-safe areas that, that also provide housing to California. But this is something we do need to think about as we move forward. How do these communities recover? And with that, I'll say thank you. Thank Max for all his work on this. Anu, Volker, Sue Stewart, Miranda Mochran were co-authors. From some research I didn't present today, here's a map of the WUI in 2070. And as you might be guessing, it just continues to expand. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Van. And I look forward to the conversation. So if I could have back all of the panelists, we've got a few questions. I'm going to direct questions at panelists based on what I saw in the chat. And then I ask other panelists to chime in if you've got anything you'd like to add. So the first question is for Lenya as our first presenter. There were a number of comments in the Q&A pod about comparing prescribed fire use in Florida versus California, and then even within California, Northern California versus Southern California. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I think, this is one of the most common questions I get in my program, actually, in giving presentations about prescribed fire. And I think one of the there are a couple important things to consider in this. One of them is that for me, I am really interested in how different people use prescribed fire for the models that, that we can bring back to California. So for example, the Prescribed Burn Association model came from the Great Plains. And when I brought that to California in 2018 and suggested it as an opportunity for us to increase private lands burning, people had the same comment. Well, the Great Plains, they just burn grass, it's just flat. And my response to that is it's not about the fuel type that they're burning in. It's really about the way it's a social issue. It's about how they're structuring the community-based burning, how they're training people, and how they're leading new ways of doing this. So it's the same in Florida. The thing that we want to learn from Florida is not necessarily how to burn in South Palmetto, because that's not relevant in California, but it is about, how do we increase the cultural comfort around prescribed fire? How do we make it more of a land management tool instead of just a fire management tool? How do we increase that generational continuity so that grandparents are burning with their kids and with their grandkids like they are in Florida that we've missed out on for so long because of our fire suppression policies in California? There's so much to learn socially and culturally from other parts of the state. The fuel type stuff doesn't really matter. We know how to burn in California. We know our fuel types. We have experts in that. So let's learn about the social patterns and how we can bring those back here and successfully use them.
Great, thanks. Any other thoughts from any of our other panelists on that question? Okay, if not, I want to move on to a question for Mikhail. Lots of interest in your earth blocks. Can you talk about how those earth blocks and the construction might be designed to simultaneously mitigate earthquake risk?
Sure. Thank you for the question, actually. We did quite some research on how to design earth block constructions that are earthquake safe. The material is by nature brittle, but it can work like any other reinforced masonry. So you can use internal reinforcement or external reinforcement to provide the appropriate behavior under earthquake loads. You have some limitations on the number of floors and stories that you can use. Generally, one-story buildings have no problems. In high earthquake regions, you can actually build tall buildings also with this material. The only problem is that usually when you go beyond 2-story, it becomes impractical and unfeasible from an economic point of view because your walls become very thick. But we have done a lot of research to calculate and design the structures with appropriate reinforcement so that they can take earthquake loads, wind loads from hurricanes, and with some changes in the composition also provide resistance to windborne debris generated by tornadoes.
Great, thank you. And then a question for maybe Max to take a stab at. It would appear that prohibitions or restrictions on building in the WUI would be a priority. Any ideas on economic or political science or other research that's been done at the juncture between land use planning and wildfire?
So I think that there's a lot of interest in that. There's been several bills this year and last that are trying to come at that in different ways, ranging from prohibiting building on fire-prone landscapes entirely, which I don't think is necessarily very realistic, to to trying to site developments, concentrate them on the lowest hazard part of the landscape and avoid the higher hazard parts of the landscape, which could end up building roughly the same number of homes, which I think is kind of important, but just do it smarter. So I think that's the general approach or the general direction we're trying to go, to thread that needle. I think there isn't actually as much research on these kinds of issues as you might guess, and there is a need for more.
Dan, you want to add?
Yeah, I would add to that 2 things. So the first thing is, in the United States and California, land use is typically a local decision. And when the state government starts pushing for statewide policies, there's a lot of pushback from local governments. And, this is a trade-off that exists in sort of all land use planning. So I think whether or not the state will be able to make mandates like that is just really tough politically, because most communities do not want to give up control of their land use planning. That's usually the role of local government. The second thing I would say is I would just emphasize that there's a lot of synergies between wildfire safety and lots of other things we would like to see for the environment. So infill development is terrific for safety. It's terrific to reduce greenhouse gases. It's terrific for public transportation. And there's these solutions that fit a broad suite of issues. And I think that's really where ideally California will emphasize these solutions.
Right. And so then, Van, one more thing you might want to comment on, this vegetation management in really densely populated areas with close housing. Is that possible? And if so, how do you manage that?
Well, certainly, I'm maybe a little bit confused about the question as far as vegetation management within densely populated areas. So usually if there's dense populations, there's less vegetation insofar as there's more housing. And so in these areas, it's really important that the structures themselves don't become fuel. So this is where the home hardening is sort of the key issue in the denser areas.
Right.
I don't know, Max, if you have a thought on that.
No, I would agree. If we're going to be looking at more clustered, denser development, it's even more important that they be built to fire-resistant codes, because you don't want them to become the fuel. Although I do think Lanya's examples of burning right up next to homes is intriguing, and I hope that's one of the directions that we do see ourselves going.
Andy, do we have a minute to add just a little comment on the land use issue?
Sure, please.
There is another component that I think we need to bring up, that is the equity, the social equity of different land use approaches that needs to be really treaded carefully in order to not disadvantage populations that are already disadvantaged. One of the reason people are building in the WUI is because it's cheaper. So we really need to work more on incentives and disincentives that are not going to have always the same population pay for whatever we have done in the past. So it's an additional layer that makes things more complicated and even more urgent for doing whatever we want to do in terms of land use.
Great reminder. Thanks for that comment. And with that, I want to thank all of our panelists. Great discussion. Thanks so much for your insights.
Great. Thank you so much, Wendy, and thank you, panelists. Just fantastic information. So that concludes our program today. We have another symposium scheduled for September 15th. And in fact, Mikkel, with his last comment, is triggering some of the issues we will address. Obviously, we touched on the tip of the iceberg today on WUIs. We're going to be looking at risk, the economics, vulnerable in indigenous communities, policy, and climate justice. So I hope you can join us then. Look out for agenda forthcoming. Thank you all so much for attending.